Now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. How are you doing? I hope you're doing great. It is now exactly 1 minute past 6 o'clock, and it is the 26th day of November 2025. Indeed, another day to be thankful, but also another day to discuss very important issues, including the people who've left us. We shall be talking about that in a short while. In case you haven't received that news, the Raila has lost another member of their family. The Odingas, sorry. But she is a sister to Raila, so they have lost an aunt. They have lost City.
The Odingas, that's the family name. Raila, family yake iko tofauti bro.
But see, okay, nikuulizaje, Raila Junior amepoteza mtu ama hajapoteza? Si amepoteza aunt?
No. It is the Odinga family that has lost someone. Raila's sister.
So hapa hivi ni semantics.
No, it's not semantics.
To me, microphone.
Raila's sister is a member of the Odinga family.
Right.
Odinga family.
Right.
Yes, Junior's lost an auntie. Queen has lost an auntie. Rosemary has lost an auntie. Ida has lost a sister-in-law.
Okay.
Ruth has lost a sister-in-law. Buru a sister. Buru has lost a sister. Namna you say Odinga family tafadhali.
Okay, sawa City. The Odingas have lost.
Yes.
What about her in-laws?
Sasa wewe hujawataja.
Aya wadau, it is that time. Of course, we shall be discussing that and much more, including other guests they're going to be hosting here. Shall be introducing them and their expertise and why exactly we have them here in the studio. Meanwhile, let me see what the world is remembering as far as this day is concerned, and I hope it will blow my mind. Because other times I check out and I find that we are celebrating cats, and it's okay to celebrate cats, but you know, I was thinking, or rather I usually think that perhaps it will be something something of great substance. But anyway, so today being 26th,
you suggest that cats are not of great substance?
No, not in the way I was. I expect us to not celebrate, but remember days. Let's say Diabetes Day, Cancer Day. You know, things to do with blindness, a war that happened and it taught us something, or someone who died on this particular day that is of great significance to our history and our future. You know, sasa paka mimi mwenyewe hata sina paka kwangu, so sijui kama unanielewa. So today is World Sustainable Transport Day. This is not a bad day. World Sustainable Transport Day, because every single day we need transportation to move around, get to where we want to go to, whether we're going by air, sea, whether we're going on foot at the end of the day. So today is World Sustainable Transportation Day. Yeah. World Sustainable Transport Day. Yeah. So World Sustainable Transport Day. City.
Yes, please.
Hii siku kwako ina maana gani?
Hii. Watu wa matatu washerekea.
Watu wa train pia? Watu wa ndege, watu wa meli?
Hapana. I'm looking at the means of transportation that most people in this country use. Ni matatu. But actually that has changed, if I have to be honest.
Yeah.
People tend to use boda, piki more than they actually use
matatus.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Boda is tends to be the main use of transportation.
Yes.
In fact, I would argue that the piki, as we call it, Nduthi, yeah, it has actually revolutionized transportation on this continent. Because places that were really difficult to get to now are not.
Yeah.
The time that one took from one place to the other no longer has to feature. People get there faster, quicker. Yes. And the tuk-tuk has an older cousin.
Yeah. Do you know there are places where tuk-tuks are actually like the main source of, or rather the main mode of transport?
Yes. Thailand, Southeast Asia.
Even in this country, actually.
They make them.
Yeah.
Oh, no. When I say Southeast Asia, let me talk about India as well, the subcontinent of India. My friend, they are everywhere. You see the streets of ours where people complain about the so-called Matatu menace?
Yes.
I know what they would say. It's tuk-tuk and they are noisy. And they hoot.
But nowadays they've made electric tuk-tuks.
That I have heard of. Maybe I have seen, but I don't know.
Have you seen electric bicycles? Not bicycles, but even bicycles actually.
I have seen.
So electric motorcycles.
I've seen. They're very silent. In fact, they surprise you.
And I think that
you almost want to ask them, why is this thing not making noise and yet it's moving?
Yes.
I
think they're actually taking over the city of Nairobi and perhaps other cities. But in Nairobi, they are very
Nairobi,
prominent.
it is easy and it is where it would because there's a support system to it. Let's say you are in the middle of Kitui.
Yes.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
And the closest place where you can get a battery or to charge it is some, let's make it just 20 kilometers to be fair, isn't it?
Right.
You're going to have a problem because you can't go beyond that 20 kilometer radius.
I don't know the range of these bikes.
It's hours.
It's hours.
And kilometers also.
Yeah, because it has to do with the distance
150, 100, yeah. But the point is this, the electric thingamajig is definitely a game changer.
Yeah, it is. And of course, they're improving the technology.
They are.
Including the range of the kilometers the
and
bikes
also
can
the
actually
service
travel.
points. Okay? This thing over here, I can charge it from my house. Let's say I have electricity in my shacks. And then it rains and there's a power outage. What am I going to do?
Good question. That's why perhaps you need to start consider installing solar power or wind power.
I'm not bothering with that. See, there are cars that use petrol.
Yes.
Fine.
Uko tu sawa.
Ah, man.
No. What I'm saying is, if you're going to invest in an electric motorbike, then you will need to also think about alternative sources, or at least get an extra battery such that...
No. It comes with an extra battery.
Yes.
But I'm thinking of a Safari, and then that battery does a thing for you. Okay. You may even be of the sort of mind of preparedness that you have 2 spare batteries.
Right.
In the absence of a support system for that particular technology, we won't really realize its full potential. There's nothing that you cannot take away from that technology.
I was watching some videos on YouTube on this whole issue that we're discussing, actually electric vehicles to be specific, and what other companies are now doing in places like the US. There are charging points, number one, which also have alternative sources of electricity. So that means solar power, wind power, they have that installed. Others are considering, there are companies that have, and these are startups, that are now, swapping batteries. So you can literally go into that station and leave in the similar amount of time perhaps you would have drove into into a petrol station. So if it takes you 5 minutes to fill up your tank, these guys will swap out your battery in about, actually even less than 5 minutes, because you just drive in, ile ingine inatolewa, hiyo ingine inaekwa, and you're out within minutes. So that is also another alternative. Now the problem is these batteries are not all similar. What Tesla uses, for example, is not what a BYD would use. So they're also looking at perhaps in the future having batteries that are standardized in terms of size and perhaps even capacity, because different companies are making batteries of different capacities, so that one time you can have several stations where you just drive in, change your battery, na unaendelea na safari yako. So kama ulikuwa unaenda Mandera kwa mfano, you don't have to now wonder, where will I charge my car? How long will it take to charge it? And so on and so forth. So you drive, ukifika Kitui, swap out your battery, have another one, drive to Garissa.
As this one is charging,
that one will be used by someone else. So now you'll just be swapping batteries. At one point,
una swap too.
At one point you won't have the original battery.
Hiyo kitu charged.
Yes.
Yeah, when that technology is with us, or that infrastructure, let me know.
In America, it's actually there.
In Kenya, it is not there.
Yeah. Kenya hata kwanza hizo gari electric Ziko actually BYD, the company I was talking about, it's a Chinese company. It has set up opposite Nyayo Stadium, where we have Carrefour, that mall thereabouts.
Wacha hivyo, hawa jamaa ambaye anaitwa Sifao, Toyota as we know it.
Yes.
They have come up with some of these electric vehicles. They actually work. I know, because a friend of mine who was test driving one.
Right.
He went up to his shags, which is beyond my shags.
Yeah.
And it worked.
We're talking about a distance of over 300 kilometers.
Clean. But he told me it does charge. But what it means is don't stay up too late.
Yeah.
Or if you must, leave it charging, or leave it charging at home while you use local transportation to to go and visit the diversity of cultural establishments that may be in your neighborhood. Yes.
So that means Tumia then do this now.
Yes. Na tuk-tuk and there's the occasional guy who has a taxi or something of that sort.
Yeah.
And let that thing charge. He told me it works. He told me it's a beautiful ride.
Yeah. Like I said, the technology is changing. Very soon you'll be charging your vehicle in less than 10 minutes. That's how good.
No, not soon. You know, when you say soon, I think next week.
When I say soon, I mean perhaps even by the end of next year. Why am I saying this?
No. They am in agreement with you. If you say next year, that technology already exists. It exists.
Yes.
What hasn't happened, it hasn't been adequately proliferated. Haijasambazwa vizuri.
Naam.
Yes.
Salam zimfikie Douglas Kipogong. He says, morning CT, Mbuvi, Edna and the entire crew. I also sent my condolences to the Odinga. CT and Mbuvi, why are people going wild during election time? Even dating becomes a problem. Otherwise, Perth is doing, I'm assuming W means well.
Perth, ile Australia ile.
Iko kule, yes. Australia. Naam.
So industrial area.
In Perth, ile Perth. Wanjala says, good morning CT and Movie. Early mornings from this side, doing the third hour of work to collect in. Wanjala, nule ako Philippines? I'm not sure.
Tumulize.
I'm not sure. Wanjala, uko pande gani ya hii dunia yetu? And then Douglas has written another story here. Another message. Edna, I follow you on YouTube. I miss most in the show. Mbuvi, send rest in peace to my client here in Australia who passed on yesterday. Well, Douglas, pole sana to you and the family of your client. May he rest may he or she rest in peace. But don't worry, ni hali ya maisha. Ukizaliwa lazima utaenda Sayuni kama tulivyoambiwa hapo awali. Alright, City, tupatie methali ya leo.
Bado tuko Seychelles. We are on the Republic of Seychelles, okay? He who looks for honey must have the courage to face the bees. See, it's simple, straightforward.
He who looks for honey must have the courage to
face
the bees.
Atibu angalia mimi nimeanza kusema taste.
It's okay, ukitaka pia kutest we test. But lazima uwe na courage ya kuface hawa nyuki. You know me, I don't like things that crawl. They just make me feel
They make you feel
yeah. Even if they don't bite, something like a what is this thing called? Cockroach. I just feel
sawa baba nimekushika. You feel whatever it is you feel.
Yeah, so even bees make me feel
They don't crawl, man. Those things fly.
They fly, but
they're quite beautiful actually.
But they also crawl if they want to.
Chief, they have legs.
Yes.
So they walk. You're calling it crawling. They also fly. Okay? But this particular thing reminds me of a song, a 1970s song.
Called?
Honey. It is the lyrics were honey. You are my candy girl, and you got me wanting honey, sugar. It was one of these.
Actually, yeah, it sounds familiar.
Honey, oh sugar, sugar, you are my candy. But I sing horribly. And
no, it's okay. You're actually doing pretty well.
Oh no, you are a very kind person.
No.
I know I sing terribly.
Hapa unaimbianga watu birthday na bado kesho kutwa wanakuambia waimbie tena. So trust me.
No. Birthday ni mimi ndo naimba vile napenda. This one, somebody actually sang it.
The song is coming to me. Sugar, sugar.
Yes. Bas, you got it.
It was disturbing me. Kama singeipata ingekuwa shida.
Umeipata?
Yes. Okay.
Sure.
So if you want honey, you must have the courage to face this bees.
It helps.
Okay. Sawa. Absolutely lovely. Let's get on to radiogeneration.co.ke. Tafadhali kama ungependa kutuona pale uone venye sitia naimba honey, you can check it out. Check us out rather on that particular station. You can also find us on the channel, our channel rather on YouTube, that is at Radio Gen KE. Find us on X at Radio Gen KE as well. Facebook, we are live. And you guys have actually neglected our YouTube. I do not know. If you're watching us via YouTube, can you just send a hi? Just show us some love on that particular channel so that we can unajua sasa tunaanga ni kama YouTube tunajiongelesha Sasa let's get on to this conversation. And as we do that, you can see behind me there's a very beautiful banner of the Somali Cultural and Arts Festival. I'll definitely be telling you about it in a minute or two. However, let's check out what the ICC is saying as far as Tanzania is concerned.
Imefika huko?
Yes. So this is a story by Tanya Wanjiku. posted a few minutes ago. ICC faces fresh push to investigate Tanzania's post-election violence. Growing calls for accountability over Tanzania's turbulent October election have now shifted to the international arena as a coalition of human rights organizations seek the intervention of the International Criminal Court. Their petition places the conduct of state security agencies under sharp focus and intensifies pressure on President Samia Suluhu's administration, which is also facing criticism from abroad. The request for an ICC inquiry has been lodged by the Madrid Bar Association alongside the Human Rights Institute, the World Jurists Association, and Intel Watch. Together, they want the court in The Hague to begin a formal investigation into what they describe as systematic violence directed at citizens during the election period. So according to this petition, Tanzanian authorities murdered thousands of civilians, subjected hundreds to enforced disappearances, tortured thousands in detention facilities, committed sexual violence against detainees, forcibly displaced tens of thousands of indigenous Maasais, and employed cyber-enabled repression affecting millions. The organizations argue that the events surrounding the vote reflect widespread and deliberate attacks that warrant international scrutiny. So if indeed the ICC decides to take up this case, they'll have to look at also events that preceded the election and then, of course, events after.
Given the numbers of people who reportedly have either been killed or disappeared, the ICC will take an interest in this case.
Yeah. How did they do it in the Kenyan case of 2007 and 2008?
It's a court. Matters were taken to the court.
Yeah. So someone petitioned the court.
Yes, and said, guys, we have a problem here. Yes.
And then the court said, okay. That time I remember it was Moreno Ocampo who was the prosecutor.
Yes.
He came, had several meetings here in Kenya, spoke to several witnesses, and then the case started. So now, in the case of Tanzania, watafanya namna gani? The same thing. So this very many...
Rest assured, the matters have already reached The Hague. Rest assured.
I'm sure even The Hague was watching. They were just waiting for someone to tell them.
This opportunity is not an opportunity that the opposition will have missed. Okay? This matter is at The Hague.
Yeah.
Those numbers are daunting. Okay? Tanzania is going to go through something that they never dreamt in their wildest nightmares they would face. Because one, the people who had the power to either ensure that this thing didn't happen or who might have had the power to ensure that it happened.
Yep.
Chief of Police will be brought into this discussion. Minister of Interior will be brought into this. If there's a head of the public service, he'll be brought into it.
Yep.
The president will be brought into it. Okay? Believe me, they are very... Head of the military will be brought in. Anybody who has power constitutionally to have either stopped this from happening or had the power to guarantee that it happened in the manner that it did, they will be brought to justice.
Yeah.
And then their agents will also be brought, because there are people who are using the agents. They'll be brought in. Yes.
And anyone who tried to influence things to go this direction.
Yes. And if there were people who were already fanning the flames of violence within the country, even if they are not within the government, they will not escape the dragnet either.
Rest assured utakuwa pale ndani.
Rest assured you will be asked to show cause.
All right.
The Hague have had ample practice with individuals from the Balkan area. People who committed atrocities that when you read about, even if you don't have hair on your head, it stands. Okay? Horrifyingly horrible. You wonder, how do other human beings get to the point where they do this to other human beings? It's not something that, put it this way, it's bizarre.
Yeah.
So, these fellows in Tanzania, they have their work cut out for them.
So another story here by Tanya. PS Hinga defends Makongeni demolitions, says tenants received 150,000 Kenya shillings. Again, PS Hinga defends Makongeni demolitions.
Remember, I asked a question yesterday.
Yes, and he says that the tenants of the demolished houses received 150,000 Kenyan bob.
How many received 150,000 shillings? That's the question he was asked.
Okay.
And what is, you see, it's not just the money isn't received for the sake of it being received. When you are building in a place that other people have called not home, it's their shags. It's a third and fourth generation living there. You may think they're living in squalor, which they are. It was a relocation, should we say, consideration. The understanding is that when they have finished building, you will have been given a notification of where you will move to. The further understanding is that whatever it is you're paying in terms of rent to the railway pension fund, unless it change hands, which I do not know, okay? Then 140 hectare on Jogo Road. It is a lot of land.
Yeah.
All these details have to be published, and we need to know. Hinga is a man who understands this because he has been involved in this line of business for a very, very long time. I will look for him.
Actually, this is what he said. He said that during a TV interview on Tuesday night, Hinga said Eastlands spans close to 3,100 acres and was originally set up to hold 17,000 families. A plan, he said, no longer meets the needs of the city's rising population. Then he goes on to say that Hinga noted that 3,600 tenants were listed for relocation. And out of that number, 3,300 have already been paid through M-Pesa. He said the few pending cases are linked to mismatched personal details and other verification gaps that the ministry is still working to resolve.
There are tenants who have tenants.
No.
I am telling you because it's something I know.
Okay.
There are this was a railway pension fund estate. The vast majority of people who lived there had worked for the railways. Many of them were pensioners, people who retired and had been living there. Then there were their children who were living there. And they registered with the railway pension fund. Okay? Now, when you talk about there being a mismatch,
yes,
there are individuals who are landlords there. Let me just repeat it so that you understand.
Okay.
The railway is the landlord, but they are the landlords, meaning they have several houses which they let out. They pay the railway pension fund whatever 2,300 that 3,000 that they want, but their tenants pay them more.
Okay.
Now that's where the mismatch would come in. Meaning the railway has this person whose name is on the roster, but the person who's living there is not the person.
So the railway Nini has got City Muga as
they know I'm the tenant,
yes,
in house number, block number, street number. Yes.
But when they come, they find Paul Mungala Mbuvi in that house.
Say, payment is up to date, but it's not the person whom we know. And you can't also have your name appearing twice. How do you live in two houses at the same time?
Yeah.
And you're not going to tell them you have two wives. They don't care. So I'm simply saying that is one of the things.
What do you mean they don't care that you have two wives?
You are entitled to one unit. If you have two wives where one wife is living in one house and one is another, hiyo ni shida yako.
Hapo kuna noma,
shida yako.
Lakini kwani si katika constitution ya Kenya, katiba ya Kenya inanikubali niweze kukuwa na bibi ama wake hadi wanne. Sasa shida iko wapi?
Brother Kumi, what you do? Go and look for another place for them.
So if I'm benefiting from this pension fund, whatever thingy,
one unit, you're entitled to one.
Okay.
One. Yes. The railways was the largest employer for a very long time in this country. And when you talk of railways, it's not people who work for the railways in Nairobi.
Yeah.
People who work for the railways across the country.
Right.
Railway ilikuwa naenda Nanyuki, ilikuwa naenda Malaba, ilikuwa naenda Kisumu. Railway ilikuwa naenda Uganda. Railway ilikuwa naenda Taita pia.
Yeah.
Kuna mapo mahali ilikuwa ina stop.
Mimi sijali mali railway inaenda. Railway can go to Kitui for all I care.
It should have.
Yeah. But my question is here, I cannot present my case to them and tell them, look, bruh, I have got here this woman and then woman B and C. And
bro, the first one is acknowledges your wife. Second one ni raha yako. Sasa wewe?
No. Hata wa kwanza siti ni raha yangu.
Nope, second one ndio raha.
Bro,
who first?
So unasema all those guys who have got one wives hawana raha?
By and large hawana.
Yeah. Okay, not my words. Those are the words of Siti Muga. But I believe that if I want to have 3, 4, and the is it pension fund? Who gives me the house?
Makongeni,
yes,
was owned by the pension fund, and the secretary that ran the pension fund are the ones who acted as the landlord.
Okay, so let me use the word landlord. As long as I'm able to afford these houses and I have all these wives, even if I have to add my contribution to the pension fund, I think that should be allowed.
The way the pension fund works, the rental was supposed to be part of the business element of the pension fund.
Yes.
Because they own that property. So that people who work for the railways could get their pension.
Yeah.
Now, the reality of the pension fund is they didn't have money most of the times. And most of the times, the pensioners didn't get money. Okay. So many of them lived in their estate and they did not bother paying rent because they were owed pensions which they never got paid. So
yes.
The situation in Makongeni was not a simple, straightforward issue.
Okay.
Not really.
So there's no way I can, and this is not just about Makongeni.
I think you can marry 4 wives, even 10 if you wish.
Then can I increase my premiums to this pension fund? And I tell them, look, kama kawaida nalipanga 2,000, and because now I have 4 wives, can I pay 8,000 so that even after I retire?
May I suggest you buy land in no longer somewhere near where you live?
Yep.
And you build 1 unit apartments for these various wives to live in. That way, this problem that we're discussing here will not feature at all.
Yep.
In fact, it will not be a problem at all.
Okay.
Yes, they will have, and no one is going to come to ask you to pay rent because you'll have built and there'll be your units. And you can even ensure that each of these 4, is it 10 or 4 wives? Are we?
No, let's go with 5. The ones that are allowed in the constitution.
Each of these 5 wives can actually own a unit.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sawa.
Sasa, just build it, please.
Yeah. So I built 4 houses in one homestead.
Yes.
In one compound.
Wajua hii nyumba ni ya wenyewe bwana. Sasa wakisema moja ni moja. So this negotiation wacha. Kwenda jenga yako.
There's this thing about the DPP's office. So DPP Ingonga defends independence of his office before Senate. So Director of Public Prosecutions Renson Ingonga appeared before the Senate Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration, chaired by Marsabit Senator Chute Mohammed, to present a report on the rising cases of inflammatory utterances by public figures and political leaders. Ingonga told the committee that the office of the DPP has been entering into memoranda of understanding with various investigative agencies to strengthen collaboration and build trust when handling sensitive cases. However, Senator Chute challenged the ODPP on public perception regarding political interference, particularly concerning the ruling parties.
Yeah. It is appropriate that he should be challenged.
I like the fact that someone is asking these questions.
And it's appropriate that he should respond. Yes.
So he firmly insisted, now this is ODPP, that his office strictly adheres to established policies and legal guidelines by the Office of the Constitution. Sasa, tuseme tu kwa ufupi na kwa marefu that at the end of this conversation that the ODPP had with the Senate Committee, nothing came out of it.
You know something, my friend? One of the things that I have found over time,
yes,
in relation to the cases that there is a lot that we do not know.
Okay.
One, about the cases, why it is that the ODPP took the step that they took.
Yeah.
In the same way, when we talk about ethics and corruption, there's a great deal that we actually do not know about. What we know is a snippet. What we know is what we're allowed to know.
Okay.
So, I've heard people say that one of the biggest drawbacks of the 2010 Constitution and the access to justice is the judiciary. And I ask myself, what are you talking about exactly?
Yeah.
Because I've never seen a more robust judiciary than I'm seeing now. There are elements within the judiciary that should not even be in the judiciary at all. There's some individuals I happen to know. When I read their name as judge, I wonder, why? Who chose this person? Because I knew them when they were lawyers, and the manner in which they practiced the law was at very best iffy. Okay? Now they're a judge.
It was questionable.
Oh, my friend, it was highly questionable. So you get the impression this guy is going to take those same traits to the bench. God Almighty.
But city people do change.
I am not a profound believer in that generality on a large scale. If you're talking about individual cases, I would say most certainly.
Okay.
Yes. But as a general statement, no, people don't change.
Okay.
No, by and large, what they learn to do is to hide traits that they consider to be unacceptable.
Especially if you find yourself in a new position, a new dispensation, you might change because you're like, okay, sasa unajua yale mambo ya upuzi nilikuwa nayo wakati ule, now that I've been appointed a judge, you know?
cool now.
I need to behave myself.
All these complaints we hear about the judiciary and cases that were supposed to go left going right and cases that were supposed to go right going center. It's the judges who make these pronouncements.
Yeah.
It is them who interpret the law.
Right.
And the accusations have been that their interpretations of the law have been influenced. Okay? Now, it's that matter of influence. It's the individual who's influenced.
Okay.
So, they are not free from the influences that everybody else has. We call them to a higher level of accountability.
Yes.
But they're human. And if somebody already had a leaning towards nefarious activities, if that person is given power, they are more likely to continue with those activities than to rescind the nature that they were identified with.
I actually find the opposite to be true.
Of course you do.
That, yes, you might have been someone of a nefarious nature before, but now when you find yourself in this new position, you reflect and you tell yourself, look, at hapa mali nimefika, it was by luck.
You know such cases?
I actually know.
Then you are fortunate.
Yeah. Where someone says, hey, Saizi, it's also to do with maturity. Maturity not just of age, but also maturity of profession. Yes. You might have been, when you are in those low levels of your career, you might have been behaving in certain ways. But then you get this appointment or you get this career advancement, and then you decide, okay, now things need to change. Not just for me, but for the position I hold and for the people that are under me and those ones that I am a steward of. So you change.
If you know of such cases, then I will say that what you say clearly can be considered to hold relevant truth.
Okay.
I haven't quite had that experience, not really.
One famous person is Paul of the Bible when he was Saul.
Where?
Sawa city, sawa. Acha tufanye traffic. City atakangi watu wakibadilika.
No, I don't mind the changing. We were talking about judges, then you suddenly go to Paul.
I'm just using him as an example.
He's a terrible example and he was one person.
There are others in the Bible I can choose.
Okay, choose. Let me give you the freedom to bring this singularity to a plurality.
Zakayo.
The guy who climbed the tree.
Yes, the tax collector.
So you're suggesting he stopped climbing trees?
No. When he climbed the tree, he got that moment of reflection and he found his Damascus moment.
Oh,
yeah.
So tree climbing for him came to an end.
When Jesus found him and told him, okay, bro. Kuja hivi, nakuja kwako.
Tunakuja kula mshikaki kwako.
Jamaa akasema, wow.
Yeah, god damn.
I gotta change, man.
Yes.
He changed. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want another example?
There too, yes, another one.
When he see this other guy, Peter when he was appointed to become the rock of the church.
No, kabla hiyo bro. Unakumbuka on the day that Jesus was going to be crucified.
Yes.
He changed.
Yeah, he denied him 3 times.
Clean.
Yeah.
Then
but after that
he changed.
Yeah. Someone else who had a Damascus moment, Judas Iscariot. After he betrayed Jesus, he realized, what have I done? Hung himself. But the point is, that was a Damascus moment for him. He realized that nimemes mahali. Kwa kweli nimefanya kosa.
Niulize swali ndugu. It's best asking Swahili.
Yes.
Asubuhi leo umeshika dini sana, sio?
Hapana, ni vile tumeanza haya mazungumzo ya watu kubadilisha maadili yao.
Na hao wote ambao unawataja kwa dini, sio?
Okay, wacha nikwambia watu ambao kwa in real life.
Dini si real life.
Yeah, dini wacha tuachane na dini.
Okay.
Hatuko hapo 2000 years ago.
Okay.
Lakini kuna watu wengine wanaweza kukuchagulia.
Naomba tafadhali.
Wacha nifanye traffic kwanza. Let's check out what's happening on the road of Nairobi. They're looking good. Ngong Road, fantastic. Relo Dinga, good. Mombasa Road, iko sawa sawa kabisa. Southern Bypass, no complaints. Ngong Forest Road. There's a road called Ngong Forest Road.
Yes.
Okay, Ngong Forest Road is looking good. And then actually there's no traffic, guys, in the whole of Nairobi. I'll just go through and find absolutely nothing. Let me see what's happening. And also I'm sure even in Mombasa there's nothing. But yeah, for the sake of this conversation, let me just check it out. Mombasa hamna shida yote. Naangalia sehemu za Tuda, kule Chani, Changamwe, Mikindani, Mwandoni kule hamna shida. Mazeras naona barabara ziko safi. Mtongwe pia ukielekea sehemu za Ngombeni iko sawa. Lafu pia kuna hapa panajulikana kama nini. Hapa ni sehemu ya Shiva Temple kule Gombeshwar. kuko sawa. Barabara ile nyingine inatoka Kongoya Market ikielekea sehemu za Mali Guest House kuko sawa pia. Nyali Center, City Mall, Nyali kule kote barabara ziko swafi. Lakini tunavyosema kila asubuhi ni kwa sababu watu bado hawajaamka, wanajitayarisha, na ni kwa sababu pia wanasikiza na kutizama Radio Generation. Right now though, let's get back to the conversation.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Yeah, as I remember several people during our lifetime that have changed. Let's check out what's happening on the newspapers. City, did I tell you that my mother is watching us? Violet Movie, amesema the show is educative and informative.
Mama Paul, thank you very much for watching.
Yes.
We appreciate it and we thank you profusely.
Kabisa.
Yes.
Wanjala amesema Tuda Mombasa wanatizama na wanatusikiza, asante sana. Nell, morning fam, morning to you too Nell. Then there's Ogeno Omondi saying hi. Hello. Charles Masharia saying good morning. Good morning to you too, Charles Masha. Let me see. Watu wa Facebook wamenisikia ama nimekuwa nikijiongelesha this entire time. All right, I'll check it out. I hadn't loaded it. Let's check out what's happening on the newspapers this morning. Fighting for survival. This is what is on the front page of the Standard, sorry.
There was a song. Fighting for survival. It's a reggae song.
Today, City umeamkia mziki, eh? Yeah, okay.
There are days like those.
Yeah, so we started with Sugar. Now we are fighting for survival.
Whoa.
Isn't that the song Buffalo Soldier?
Ndio.
Buffalo Soldier.
Ndio.
Okay. So
kuna line moja hapo, fighting for survival.
Ni kweli?
Ndio.
You're very much right. So here there are folks who are fighting for survival, probably singing.
And they're not Buffalo Soldiers.
Probably they are Buffalo Soldiers. Why am I saying this? Because we can see Deputy President Professor Kindiki, PCS Musalia Mudavadi. Yesterday, one of our guests here mentioned a name I had forgotten that our brother here PCS had. Did he say Wycliffe? Is he called Wycliffe?
It's called Wycliffe, yes.
Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi.
Yes, it's called Wycliffe.
Then his father was called Moses Mudavadi.
Mudamba.
Mudavadi.
Yes.
Okay. Godfather's distress for the politicians. Ruto has quietly tasked with securing Mount Kenya, Western and the Pastoral Belt. Tomorrow's polls are unforgiving. Victory strengthens their bargaining power heading into cabinet reshuffles, party realignments and coalition talks. Defeat, however, will expose them as liabilities. Leaders who can't shift votes, can't whip local loyalties, and can't deliver when it matters. In a government that measures value in raw numbers, failing at home is political suicide. Now, this story is on page 4 and 5. We also have National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, Senate Speaker Amason Kingi, and CS Ministry of Mining and Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs CS Hassan Ali Joho. I feel like this is a bit too much for these particular individuals. Why am I saying this? Because the ground has really shifted. And this is just my own small analysis. And I keep on saying that I'm not an expert in this. However, I feel like it would be an unfair analysis or an unfair burden on these particular individuals that we've mentioned: Mudavadi, Kindiki, Wetangula, Kingi, and Joho. If their boss, that is the president, is going to judge them on how many votes they deliver come the by-elections tomorrow. Why am I saying this? The ground right now has really shifted, and
from where to where exactly?
From what we see, from what I see, I feel as though the crowds, the public, is largely anti-government. Okay? Again, disclaimer: I'm not an expert, and perhaps I'm just judging from
you don't need to be an expert
from what I hear
to offer a view.
Yes, but I need to put that disclaimer out there. So, if for example, for some strange reason, Malava, for instance, doesn't go the way the direction we think the president expects it to go, that is to a UDA candidate, that is just a clear indication that ground high feel gava. If that place, Mbere North, also doesn't go the direction that perhaps they have been wooed by the deputy president, Professor Kindiki, I don't think that will be on Kindiki. That will be on just the Kenya Kwanza government as a whole.
Though, if indeed it was assumed the voting public did not need to be encouraged to decide who to vote for, then your statement would be true. Even if the ground, as you call it, were pro-government.
Yes.
My friend, there will be individuals who may not necessarily be pro-government, but they are popular. They will get voted in. It doesn't mean that the individuals have anything against the government. It's this particular individual whom they like.
Yep.
So whichever political position they've taken, they'll go along with it. But they like the person.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's why I'm saying, even using your analysis, I still feel that would be an unfair rating for this particular individual.
Then perhaps they should have chosen another line of work.
Because at the end of tomorrow, and I'm sure these guys will be sweating properly.
Not you see, you were talking about sweating. Yeah. I am thinking of the amount of money is being spent.
They had already planned to spend that money.
They had.
Yeah.
The people in the areas where this money is being blown have not seen that sort of money in their lives, and they are unlikely because
to see it again.
Essentially, a presidential election has landed on your constituency, because that's what it is. This is a presidential election. Forget this by-election for what have you. The seriousness with which this thing is being approached, and the narratives that one hears flying about and the positions. But then again, we, the media, have decided that we are going to paint this particular by-elections in our image. This charge and this hyped position that we keep reading about, who is telling us about it? Us.
Yes.
Acha
tuone itenda namna gani. Like I said, wacha tuone itenda namna gani. On the Star front page, Ruto Gachagua mini elections battle shifts to vote protection. This story is on page 6. Then we can also see on the front page how Raila saved sister Beryl from abusive MP. Friends and family gathered at Lee Funeral Home to receive the body of Beryl Achieng Odinga. Kisumu woman representative Ruth Odinga at the funeral home. Former Prime Minister Raila Odinga with his younger sister Beryl Odinga have been captured there on a photo. PS, Hustler Fund has built credit footprints for 27 million Kenyans. This story is on page 12. We hosted this PS here the other day, Susan Mangeni. So anasema the Hustler Fund has built credit footprints for 27 million Kenyans.
What does that mean?
That it has helped a lot of Kenyans become eligible for credit facilities. I'm sure that will be the story on page 12 once we read it. Because people who've borrowed on the Hustler Fund platform and paid back, number one, their credit limits have been increased on the same platform, but also they now have something to show for as far as credit rating is concerned. Tunazitanga aje hao watu wanashinanga kituambia pesa ngapi tuko nazo zao. Credit what? CRB, thank you. Yeah, so at least you have a footprint kwa CRB. People can tell that you're actually a good borrower and you deserve more loans perhaps and higher limits.
I see.
That story is on page 12. Freddy Kokango anasema political firestorm. Tomorrow's polls could make or break 2027. This story is on page 16. And then no room for misconduct at IEBC. Chair Erastus Ethekon tells Kenyans this one for tomorrow is going to be a proper litmus test.
What?
For IEBC. The by-elections happening in different areas.
Why is it a litmus test for the IEBC?
For the new IEBC specifically. For this
is it for the CEO?
Team led by Ethekon.
Is it something that it will be a test for the chairman or for the... IEBC has been functioning throughout.
It is an entire test for the whole IEBC from the commission to the secretariat.
No, it's a test of the chairman and his team. Because the secretariat has been in existence.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, the buck stops somewhere. And it is the entire, for me, as Paul Mungalambuvi, I'm looking at it as the entire leadership, whether it's the commission or the secretariat. And in this case, both of them.
Okay.
All right, so that's it as far as those two papers are concerned. Would you like to take a look at the Daily Nation? Do you have it?
No, I don't. I was going to look at the East African.
All right.
But you are determined that I should see?
Please do.
It's like you, my friend, are a prophet.
IBC
faces big test in Minipol. You see, again, it's us, the media. We're telling people exactly how we should look at these elections.
Right.
Okay? Opposition politicians have already gone to court to demand more electoral reforms. Okay?
Yeah.
Make or break. See? Make or
break.
My friend, it doesn't, whoever wins, it'll have absolutely no bearing whatsoever on the 2027 election. None.
I think it will.
Why do you think it will?
I think it will because, number one, let's start even with the IBC. How they conduct this particular election, for them, people will either have trust in them or lose trust in them completely. So, and that's a very major thing as far as the elections are concerned. Then, if the likes of DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua prevail in terms of influence and having a say as to who will become the next MP in these particular places and MCAs that we are probably going to vote for, then that says a lot about their current influence in the politics, and that will also influence what the government will do going forward to either shift things in their favor. And by government, I mean basically President Ruto. Because the government will still continue after Ruto, whether he's the president or not. But it will determine what the president will do to shift things in his favor. And like they have said in previous papers we've read here, it might even spell doom for some of his allies. So, for example, if the president loses Malava, rest assured, he might need to have a very deep conversation with Moses Wetangula and Wycliffe Mudavadi. That's a conversation they will definitely need to have.
Nothing will move.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that they will be fired, or rather, like for the PCS, I'm not saying that he will be fired or shifted.
Have you considered that the ruling party may even decide to let go of those elections? Have you considered they may figure, let's push this thing, really push, and let's pull back a little bit. Let these guys win. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
You see, whether any of these elections goes in favor of the government or not, the ruling party is still going to be the ruling party.
The ruling party will still be the ruling party up until 2027.
Yes, precisely. And so long as they're the ruling party, the swing of the pendulum swing of power is in their favor. This is 2025. We've got 2026 before we hit 2027. There is so much time for so much to happen between now and then. We'll even forget who the MP. Right now, do you know who the MP for Malava was?
No.
Okay. Neither do I. Do you know who the MP for Magarini was? Neither do I. I know who the Mbera I know because Ruku was the MP, is now minister.
Yeah.
Okay. Kasipul Kabondo I know because the gentleman was shot.
The one for Banisa I know he died also.
Yes. So I'm simply saying, when these guys are elected, we'll know the name on the day they're elected. If I ask you their names a week after that, you will not know their names. Okay? And this thing that they are going to do, the win will be there. Definitely, and there'll be celebration if all these seats go to those who are not in government. And then, believe me, whoever wins that win is insignificant if you're looking at the larger picture of the political arena of this country. Insignificant. It does not matter.
But you know, there's a narrative that will be born out of this particular election.
It can be born out of it.
Election.
It will be chiming with the narrative that is already there.
Yes.
And the narrative is that this government is not popular.
Bas.
And that Ruto must go. And then the chant, it's like a song. Now the chorus is one term.
Yeah.
Okay? That song won't change. It doesn't matter what the outcome is, it won't change.
Yeah.
If there's that win, it might just get a little louder for a little while, but it won't change. Meaning the positions that pertain as of now won't change. And neither will the move forward to 2027. If anything, the government will, as you say, the thing that you're right about, they'll be wise, they'll say, aha, we now know what to do.
Sawa basi siti. Yes. Endelea, ulikuwa unasoma gazeti.
Odinga family in mourning again as Raila's sister dies. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Let me read a quote from Ruth Odinga. It is with a heavy heart but accepting the will of God that we announce the sudden passing of Beryl Achieng Odinga. Okay? Yes. She's been receiving treatment at Nairobi Hospital before she passed away. This is unfortunate because time hasn't even lapsed before after Raila Odinga died, and then now another member of the family has died. This can't be easy. This is not easy at all.
Yeah, it's a little over a month because Raila died on was it the 13th or 15th of October?
Yes.
Yeah.
just slightly over a month. Another person has passed away. That is, it's never easy on the family. It can't be. Right. There's page 4. IBC faces a credibility test in mini polls. Okay? IBC chair, Rasas Ethekon. The IBC does not take instructions from any individual. This is nonsense. The IBC does not take instructions from any individual political actor or external interest. This is nonsense. The Commission remains committed to upholding the Constitution and delivering a credible process. That bit may be true, but the first bit is utter nonsense. You are given a job so that you can do what that person who gave you the job wants you to do. It's not really complicated, is it?
It's not.
Yes, but anyway, we don't expect you to say anything else, or we understand. There are things you must say because that's the right thing to say under the circumstances, but you will do what you're told. That's the bottom line. So we want to see what you've been told, and we'll know that when we see what you do. Right. This is a new IBC team, and we'll know how it came to be in office. It is the lowest rated public...
That's Kalonzo now.
Yes, public institution when it comes to trust by the public. So the chairman and his commission have a huge responsibility. If you do not get this one right, Kenyans will have no confidence in you managing the next election. That is absolutely true. We already don't have confidence. I mean, we don't have to watch what they're doing.
Right.
Even if they get it right.
Personally, I have confidence in them because this is the opportunity they have to prove folks like Kalonzo Musyoka wrong.
For purposes of argument, what you're saying makes sense. But believe me, this guy is not going to be any different from the previous chairman, and this particular group that he has are not going to be different from the other ones. Because if we had brought in people from the Seychelles,
right,
or the Comoros, or Cape Verde to be in this, we will say, I don't know how these people behave, but these are Kenyans. Huh?
Let me tell you something. Now, if they behave well in this particular election,
they will not behave well.
Wacha nikwambie CT. Unajua kuna point najaribu kukushow. Tomorrow they might actually do absolutely awesomely, amazingly well. And we will, as Kenyans, we will clap for them and say,
I will certainly not clap.
You see? Tulisema wase watakuwa wase wanoma na ndio kazi ndio wamefanya na wamefanya kazi mzuri. Perhaps this
yenda ikawa
itakuwa ni smoke screen.
No,
ndio sasa 2027. Sasa zile mmetulia mnasema basi IBC walifanya poa kule Banisa, so walifanya poa kule Magarini, si walifanya poa kule Malava, walifanya poa kule kwingine kote ambako kura zinapigwa. Then in 2027 they shock you. You
are a man of faith. And I like that about you. You're a man of faith. You believe and you want the best possible outcome. This is IEBC. And this is Kenya. And this is the electoral body. The problems we have every 5 years often begin and end at this particular institution.
Right.
This fellow came out of nowhere, nobody even knows about, is suddenly going to be the person who's going to steer this thing clear and bring about a credible outcome. Nah.
See, Moses came out of nowhere and led the people of Israel.
This is a mini election. It means nothing when you are talking about the 2027 election. Nothing. It doesn't move the needle. It's insignificant. We, the media, have hyped it to make it a battle of titans, a battle extraordinaire.
But it is the battle of titans.
It is what we have made it.
It is, and we have made it a battle of titans.
And I'm trying to tell you, it is a smoke screen. This is a by-election. Whoever gets elected or whoever gets wind assisted will be elected or wind assisted. So what? We have 2 more years when now we'll have an election. Then we will see how that pans out.
So that will be the real test.
Let me tell you something. This gearing and thinking that those who represent the united opposition, that their winning will be significant. Pray that you lose. Because when you lose, you will then have an opportunity to pick up and gird up your loins, as the Bible says, and prepare for the battle. If you win, you will think you are now on the path to eternal victory and that you figured it out. But what will have happened, those who have lost will have an opportunity now to look very closely at what it is that went wrong and know what to set right. That's what I'm telling you. If they were smart, they'd lose these elections.
Who? The government.
The government. They would lose it. Let this guy celebrate. It is a lot easier to overcome somebody who's in a celebratory mindset rather than someone who's lost. Someone who's lost is careful, they're worried, they're hyped. somebody was won. Adrenaline is low, you're feeling good.
They're like, kumbe tunaya.
Man, in fact, tushapata. Okay? This election that we, the media, have hyped and fight and given adrenaline.
Comme ça.
No, it does not and will not have any influence whatsoever on the 2027 elections. None.
Perhaps people will have a different, what is it called? A different view. So we have Sami Kyoko. This sounds like my uncle. I'm certain it is.
Say, jambo uncle.
Jambo uncle. So Sami Kyoko anasema hivi on YouTube. Mungala, your attempted Swahili sanifu sio mbaya. Massachusetts locked. I knew it. Masako. Told you. Sami Kyoko. Aya. Then we also have my take 2.6 and 2.0 anasema the ground shifted back to government after broad-based arrangement came around. Never underestimate the power of Agwambo. Why do you think some opposition people were calling him names? Okay. Then we have Pahalwan anasema happy anajoin watu Machakos. These are definitely my family. Hey RG family, enjoying the show from Kenya, Israel. Nilijua. Macha. Movie Tell City mangoes have really fruited and in a month's time hawatauma aongee poa. Unataka mangoes?
The point is this, that statement would be more potent if I had been told that somebody had brought a whole bushel of mangoes waiting for me.
No. But during the mango season, I usually drive around with a whole gunia of mangoes and I replenish it every single day because I give out all of them.
You give out?
Yeah, napeananga.
You don't sell?
I don't sell.
Why?
Sina hiyo time ya kuuza.
Una time ya kuspend pesa?
Na hizo mangoes nisipozipeana zitaharibika anyway because they're usually a lot.
So unajua kuna vitu unatengeneza na mango. Juice. Unajua juice? Wewe utengeneze juice.
Sasa sitinda kuletea nini na nikuuzie. Na usiponunua gunia utaniambia.
Bro, si gunia. Now you're going to give me the task of the distribution.
Yes,
I need just a few.
Go distribute to your folks all over where you live.
All my relatives.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aya. So Benedict Magera anasema the IBC has always generally presided over free and fair elections. The forthcoming by-elections won't be any different. How many results were challenged after the last general elections? And I don't know, Benedict.
He is right. When you talk about MC election, when you talk about members of parliament, you talk about the Senate and the National Assembly, those aren't challenged much. Even governors, not much. They're challenged, but not much. So he's right when he says those elections are credible. He's right. Statistically, the presidential election, we talk about elections in Kenya, that's what we're talking about.
We don't talk about presidential elections.
That's what we're talking about. The presidential election is where all this fluff and fuss comes into being. These other elections tend to go fairly smoothly. Yes.
Westland, Wealth Mindset Corner amesema listening at Wayakiwe Westlands. Wealthy Mindset, karibu sana. Kila Neema anasema city spill truth and nothing but the truth. Yeah, city spill the truth. Yeah. But like I was saying earlier on, as far as these elections are concerned, they might actually go really well. We might see clean, fair, no one complains, even the opposition, or rather whoever will lose will say, okay guys, I lost fairly. And then the winner will say, okay guys, let's now move forward and build the country, build the constituency.
Kenyans, as you know them, even when they go to heaven or wherever they go after they die, they're going to be contesting their being where they are.
Yeah.
So how come this house is small?
I thought my father's house has got very many rooms.
Yes, and the building blocks that I've been sending with my good deeds. This bed sitter that you're giving me, kwani nini?
Ile sadaka yote nimetoa.
Unanipa hii bed sitter? Hata we Gabriel shikadabu. Yes.
Victor Diabo anasema good morning young men. Okay. Good morning young men. The day has begun officially. The by-elections are here. The stakes are high and Kindiki had to take off that good boy hat. I have a question. Is it possible to massacre many people and totally hide evidence from most people?
No. No, it won't.
Yeah. So you're saying like, most people in the world, like it's been alleged in Tanzania?
No, it will come out. It will come out. In fact, the very people who are involved in trying to hide this evidence, some of them, their consciences will break, and the ones will come out spilling the beans.
Those are the ones who are going to be witnesses.
They'll say, this is what happened. This is what we're told, and so is the one who told us, and so it's called. Actually, me, I was told by so and so.
Me, sikuwa nataka.
No, in fact, I don't like such things.
Even the money I was given is still here.
In fact, I'm going to return it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Victor Odhiambo. Right now, though, we're getting into the news. When we return in the next hour, of course, a different conversation takes place.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Director of Public Prosecutions, Renson Igonga, has rejected mounting pressure to amend the Constitution to give the DCI and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission powers to prosecute. Igonga cautioned that such a move will disrupt Kenya's justice system. Speaking before the Senate Committee on National Cohesion, the DPP proposals to hand prosecutorial authority to investigative bodies are ill-informed and risk undermining the ODPP's constitutional role.
The constitution of any country is the supreme law. There is no any other law that can go against the constitution and will survive. Even the courts will not allow it. The powers to institute and prosecute have been vested in the DPP by virtue of Article 157 of the Constitution of this country, not by any act of parliament. So there is no way any investigative agency can come up and say they want prosecutorial powers.
Housing PS Charles Hinga says the demolition of housing units in Makongeni Estate, Nairobi, is part of a wider Nairobi Eastlands regeneration project. He noted that most of the affected tenants received 150,000 in compensation, an amount he said equals about 9 years' rent. Speaking on Citizen TV on Tuesday, PS Hinga explained that Eastlands spans approximately 3,100 acres and was initially designed to accommodate 17,000 households, a density he described as highly inefficient.
We're paying the 150 to allow you to relocate. There's a cost, and for you to go start a life. If you look at 150,000, it's about 9 years worth of rent that we have paid you to live. So this has been a very participatory process. But just like anything else in Kenya, as you know, there is always a lot of noise. And sometimes things get lost in that noise and you don't know where the facts are.
Community-based organizations and human rights defenders in Garbatula Ward, Isiolo County, have ramped up initiatives to counter an expected increase in female genital mutilation cases during the December school holidays. The groups say the long break often exposes girls to heightened risk, prompting the need for early and consistent intervention. Every Girl's Dream, a prominent community-based organization in the area, is at the forefront of the campaign.
We've been able to debate for quite a long time, but we feel the need of constantly engaging these people on the issues of FGM because they are still holding on to the culture and they feel like it's a very sacred culture that has been there for a very long time and they are not ready to give it up anytime.
Watu wameanza campaign ya kuweza kuangamiza, lakini itachukua muda. Tunataka mafunzo kwa wingi.
A mother in New Zealand who killed 2 children and hid their bodies in suitcases has been sentenced to life in prison. Hook Yung Lee, who was found guilty in September of the shocking murders of 8-year-old Yuna Jo and 6-year-old Minu Jo, has to spend at least 17 years behind bars before she is eligible for parole. Lee argued she was insane at the time of killings in 2018, which happened soon after her husband died. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
How are you doing? It is now exactly 5 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa. Kawa Kawaida City Muga is in the studio with me, where we also have someone in the studio, and we want to discuss impeachment, the highs and the lows, the lawful and unlawful, and the fairness process during this particular process actually of impeachment. So that conversation needs to take place. But as we do that, let me see who else has said good morning on our socials. Yeah, all right, I guess I'll get back to that in a minute. Right now though, allow me to introduce Elias Mutuma Wakili. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to be here at Radio Generation. It's my first time.
Right.
Congratulations for having this.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Asante sana. You know, in the previous hour, we were talking with CT Muga on various issues that are currently plaguing our country. We also touched on a bit of what is happening in our neighboring countries, such as Tanzania. And there's talk about ICC, not ICC, but ICC, the International Criminal Court.
Yes.
Do you think Tanzania will see a situation whereby their leaders might actually get indicted by that court?
It would be a sad day for the international community and the justice sector if nothing is done to Tanzania, because we all know that what happened there was nothing but massacre that was state-sponsored. So why would we not witness ICC? Why else would ICC exist if it's not for an instance like Tanzania? I mean, they have intervened in lesser atrocities. Why not Tanzania? So it's my belief that we're already there. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the Kenyan situation also took a very drastic turn, whereby after a very lengthy process, the cases were dropped. I don't know if they were dropped to be revisited later or they were dropped completely. Na hiyo story kasahaulika. But what do you think about that particular process that is at the ICC? I don't know why I'm calling it IECC. But
ICC.
At the ICC.
Yes.
What do you think about that process? Because if you watched what happened to the Kenyan case, I mean, people, evidence, witnesses, then pole, some withdrew, some disappeared. Do you think that process at the ICC is actually one that is reliable, for lack of a better word?
Well, I don't think there is any process in the world that is foolproof. ICC is not an exception. We've seen ICC succeed in some instances. We've seen it fail in other instances. We've also witnessed instances of interference with the process, of course, due to political interferences. In the Kenyan scenario, we know about witness disappearances. We know about some of the witnesses that were either disappeared, others withdrew because of perceived, influence from people who are indicted. But I believe that the international community has their antennas high, so that if there is that kind of interference, then we're likely to see people rising up and demanding justice.
All right.
Yes.
Let's get back home.
Remember one thing.
Sure.
Yes. With regard to Tanzania, look at the sum total of institutions, collective institutions like the AU, prominent individuals, what they have said about what happened in Tanzania. The AU is not known to condemn one of their own. they tend to sugarcoat what happened in other countries and decide with whoever the leader is. This is the one case where they actually came out.
Including SADC, by the way.
Yes.
Including SADC. They did not shy away from stating it as it was.
Yes. Now, this is the first. We, on this continent, we haven't seen it now. There are silent messages that I am certain all the foreign representatives, the ambassadors in those countries, have received messages from their own country to give to that. Those we will not know about because they are quiet
and confidential.
It is not possible in this day and age for that large number of people to be killed. There was no plague, it was no disease, and then there are no questions to be answered. It doesn't happen.
All right, I guess we'll see how that pans out. Yeah.
Sure.
I was saying, let's come back closer home.
Yes.
We have some by-elections taking place tomorrow.
Yes.
And again, City and I were just trying to see what this would mean for the opposition and the government. And by government here we mean President Ruto. For instance, what the Standard is saying is that if indeed the president loses tomorrow's election, then there might be consequences for his allies in government. We're talking about the Speaker, we're talking about the PCS, Joho, the CS for mining, and the rest. Do you think that there's any significant impact as far as that is concerned, politically?
I think looking at the stakes, especially in places like Mbere North.
Yes.
Why would a world deputy president camp there for not 1 day, not 2 days, almost 2 weeks? Why would the state send its machinery and focus on this by-election? How significant is Mbere North as a county? Of course, it's not. But it's the stakes that we're looking at here. Because whoever wins the Mbere North slot will have communicated on who controls the Mount Kenya region. And that's why you're seeing so much tussle and battle for that region. So definitely, these by-elections, to a larger extent, will be a demonstration of what we are likely to witness in 2027.
Do you think that if, for whatever reason, opposition tomorrow happens to win that particular seat, and we're talking about Mbere specifically now,
yes,
will whoever, let's say the opposition wins, does it mean that they will control the mountain up until the 2027 election?
No, we can't say that they will control, but a message will have been sent home that Mount Kenya is not where it was.
Yes.
And that you will need a lot of effort to scale that mountain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about impeachment. The highs and the lows. You're an experienced advocate as far as that is concerned. Perhaps you can give us an insight of what the process actually entails, just an overview, because we see it on TV. Of course, we see what MCAs do in the local assembly, then the matter reaches the Senate, then eventually this person is let go. Just give us an overview of the significance of what happens at the local assembly, the Senate, and anywhere else this case goes to.
In this term of parliament alone, that's from 2022 to date, I have done a total of 7 impeachments from the county assembly through to Senate. I think this has been the busiest term of Senate in terms of impeachments. I suspect that the next parliament will even be busier because people are getting to understand impeachments in very diverse approaches.
Right.
One, you should appreciate that impeachment was meant to be a very powerful accountability tool that was entrenched in the Constitution. But hardly will you see that tool being utilized for the benefit of Mwananchi, because it's supposed to be an oversight tool, really. Because number one is that there is a lot of political manipulation of the process. Number two is that there are a lot of vested interest in this process. Number three is that we also have not come up with a very clear legal framework to regulate this process.
Okay.
Having said that, and we will get deeper into it,
yes,
is that when you look at Section 33 and Article 181 of the Constitution, these are the two main legal provisions that govern impeachments. And in this case, I'm talking about impeachments of governors, because remember, we've had other impeachments. So, number one is that the county assembly is supposed to frame charges against the governor. And those charges cannot be just any other charges because they are defined under the Constitution. And there is a very high threshold for these charges because they're supposed to be gross violation of the Constitution. So it's not any other violation or unlawful act that will then empower an MCA to move an impeachment motion. They must demonstrate that the violation was gross, and that has been defined all the way to the Supreme Court. So once these charges are framed, the mover of the motion will then seek support from 2/3. I think that's it varies from one county to the other, but the the standard is at least 2/3. They must support that motion, and then they present it before the county assembly, and the governor is given an opportunity to answer to those charges. By being invited, either they can file a written response, they can send lawyers to the county assembly, they can appear in person and defend themselves, and after that then a vote is taken by the county assembly, and within 3 days that resolution, if it succeeds, must be forwarded to Senate for consideration. So once Senate is seized of the matter, Senate is supposed to agree on which approach they take, because there are two approaches. One, they can decide to constitute an 11-member committee to investigate the matter by hearing both sides and render a decision by way of a report. Then they send that report to the plenary for discussion. If the 11-member committee finds that the charges have not been substantiated, the matter ends there. Of course, they will forward the report to the plenary, but plenary does not get to discuss that report.
Okay.
But if then they find that the charges have been substantiated, they will now forward it to plenary, and plenary will have an opportunity now to rehear the charges, and by of course giving the governor an opportunity to defend himself and all that.
Okay.
That's one route. The other route, of course, is for Senate to decide to hear the matter as a committee of the plenary. That means the entire House sits and listen to the charges as presented by the county assembly, and also give the governor an opportunity to defend himself or herself. That has been very popular in the last, I think, 4 or 5 for whatever reason. We've not seen a committee being set up to investigate any governor, I think, since 2022. I think the last one was for Governor Kawira.
Okay.
So it is supposed to be a quasi-judicial process, meaning that Senate will convert itself into a judicial institution, and they will investigate by way of taking evidence from witnesses presented by the county assembly, by way of allowing lawyers representing the governor to cross-examine the witnesses, and the governor will also be given an opportunity to do the same.
Okay.
Senators are also, of course, now they're acting as judges, not as senators. They're also given an opportunity to pose questions to witnesses, punch holes into versions of the stories that don't make sense, and thereafter they're given an opportunity to deliberate over the issue based on the evidence that has been adduced, and finally a vote is taken.
Okay.
And that vote, once taken, if a majority wins, and that's threshold, I think it's 24 out of 47, because you recall that impeachments are matters concerning counties, so it's only the delegation that will vote. Just the 47, the nominated senators do not vote.
Okay.
So once they take a vote and the majority decide in one or the other, then that carries the day, and that's the end of the story.
If the senators have concluded on their deliberations, why then do people go back to court? Go to court?
That's a very important question, and there has been a lot of debate around the role of the judiciary surrounding impeachments, and each of these two institutions have sought to flex their muscles, and they've also claimed a stake of this process. But the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal has guided this process by stating that, number one, this is a political process. It's an oversight tool, and in the respect of doctrine of separation of powers, you should allow the legislature to do what they have been mandated to do by the Constitution. So the courts have been asked to exercise a bit of some restraint when dealing with matters of impeachment, especially before the impeachment has gone through its
has run its course.
Yes, but there are instances where you have very glaring flaws in the procedure. For instance, during Governor Kawira's case, I remember the law provided that you must give the governor at least 7 days to respond.
Okay.
So where you do not give her the 7 days provided for by the law, then she has a right to move to court and ask the court to declare that process as being unprocedural because it bars her from exercising the right to fair hearing. So the court mostly concerned with the process, not with the merits of the impeachment. So where there is evidence of flouting the process, then the court will come in and declare that you must follow due process. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in the case of Governor Mwangaza,
yes,
what reprieve did she get from engaging the court on this matter of 7 days?
This is a matter that is still alive in the Court of Appeal. I am one of the lawyers representing her, so I will be very careful not to go into the merits. But then, after Senate voted, there were evidences of violence that affected the outcome of the vote. You would clearly see that the House was not constituted in a manner that would promote fair hearing and due process. And that was one of the grounds that she used to rush to the High Court and demand that the court, not demand really, plea with the court for that process to be declared null and void.
Now, in the case that the court comes out with a what is it called, with a verdict that is favorable to the former governor, now what happens in that case, because there's someone else already in office carrying out the duties?
There is no shortage of remedies in our country. I will refer to the case of Wajir. This was a very interesting case. I know City might remember this. The governor was impeached.
Yes.
Okay. He went to court and secured conservatory orders to prevent the deputy from assuming office. But by the time those orders were being served, the other party, of course, hell-bent on frustrating the process, rushed and swore in the deputy as the governor. So the court has said the former governor still remains in office, and the deputy is now in office as a substantive governor.
So what happens?
So for almost 6 months, Wajir had two governors. Each of them would claim
authority and jurisdiction
as the governor. The matter, of course, went on from the High Court to the Court of Appeal all the way to the Supreme Court, and that decision was affirmed. And eventually, the deputy governor had to step down and go back to the role that of deputy. So that can happen.
That relationship was nice, huh?
It was a very nice one.
Your Excellency Governor. Your Excellency Governor.
Yes, you can imagine during chairing of cabinet meetings, what would happen? The two of them would show up and they would all want to chair the meeting.
The meeting, yeah.
Yes. So the court can order and direct that status quo ante is maintained. You go back to the position as it were before the unprocedure impeachment.
The court pronounces itself and conservatory orders, or whichever orders are given.
Yes.
There's a case of nominated senator.
Yes.
Orioba.
Yes. Gloria.
Yes.
Yes.
It was also an interesting one because yes, she
yes,
the nomination was repealed. She went to court. The court reinstated her.
Yes.
And yet again, you have such a situation
where someone has been sworn in.
Yes.
In the same position.
Yes.
The reason why Gloria could not succeed in taking back her position is because you will need a lot of political goodwill to enforce that verdict. Because number one, who allows you even at the parliament precincts, because you might have an order, but will you come with police and force them to allow you into the parliament?
Why must we now bring in something that is not clear in the law? Why must there be an impediment to the enforcement of a court order? Why? So are we saying that political institutions have a law to which they subscribe, which is different with regards to orders that have emanated from the High Court?
It's a culture of impunity, City. Nothing but just a culture of impunity. You've had senior members of these institutions calling court orders suggestions. You've heard that, isn't it?
Yes.
So if you have someone who is sitting in that position and they are calling court order suggestions and not binding upon them, then how do you expect them to abide by those court orders? So it's unfortunate, but and also we do not have a clear mechanism of taking action against people who are that disobedience of court orders.
But Wakili, that's a feeble excuse. You have the court ordering the immediate former president to do justice to functions that are in his office and to instate certain judges.
Yes.
Okay? The fellow just refuses.
Yes.
He refuses. Now, when there is a court order and you refuse to comply, what is it that should happen to you? According to the law. Because we don't have a president who is above the law. What should, on paper, happen to you?
The first thing that should happen is that you should be found to be in contempt
of court.
Of court.
Okay.
Once you're found to be in contempt of court, there are penal consequences for being in contempt of court, including you being found unfit to hold office because you are in gross violation. Because the greatest violation of our constitution is disobedience of court orders.
Yes.
So we ought to have seen processes being initiated to remove such an office holder for violating the law, because it is in black and white that we are not even going to prove that you have violated the law. The courts have pronounced themselves on this issue, and being the final arbiter in such matters, then we should see Parliament now initiating the process of removing that head of state for violation of the Constitution. That's number one. Number two is that you are supposed to be sentenced to a term of imprisonment that does not exceed 6 months, or a fine. And this fine
doesn't exceed what amount?
That's the unfortunate bit, because it ranges from 100,000 to 5 million, which is pocket
discretionary.
Change and it's also pocket change for these guys. But I think for me, the most severe punishment would be for us to see processes being initiated to remove such character from office, because we cannot condone it.
Going back to the issue of Senator Oroba,
yes.
So the court pronounced itself, but the Senate went ahead and did what they did. So now, what are the consequences if we were to follow the law? First of all, are the consequences to the Senate, the senator who was sworn in, or the Speaker of the Senate?
That's a very important
or
question.
The clerk. Yeah.
That's a very important question, because sometimes these characters find it very easy to hide behind the institution that they lead, and therefore it is deemed as though it is Parliament that is in contempt of court, that is in defiance of court processes. But behind every institution there is an individual manning an office. Court orders are not usually directed at amorphous bodies or amorphous people. It is very targeted for the purposes of implementation and execution. So if an action is required of an office holder, the order will state that much, that it is the Speaker of the National Assembly or the Speaker of Senate or the clerk that is supposed to implement this court order. So if there is defiance or contempt of an
it is
court
the individual
order, it is that individual who is accountable. And we have seen officers in county governments who have failed to pay decreto sums. They are taken to court individually for pending bills that the court have pronounced ought to have been paid and have not been paid.
Yeah.
They are arraigned in court and they are fined individually and personally, and they are sent to prison individually. So we should be seeing individual responsibility against that specific office holder.
Because we'll get back to the to impeachment in a minute.
Yes.
But there's instances we see even the court directing certain individuals to be arrested, such as the Inspector General of Police, maybe the deputy even. There's a time, I think either last year or the year before that, the court said that the head of prisons, I'm forgetting the office holder, but walisema mkuu wa jela anafaa kukamatwa because he had defied court orders to show up and explain certain things here and there.
Yes.
So in the case of, say, the Inspector General, who is going to arrest the Inspector General? The court has said here's an arrest warrant for the Inspector General. Who's going to execute that warrant? Yet the Inspector General is the chief police.
So what?
And I want to understand from Wakili.
No,
Ni nani
I'm
atamshika?
actually asking the question, so what? Because the so what question comes in because you are actually, the suggestion is that, but your question is a good one, but the suggestion is this, that there are people who are above the law.
Exactly.
How can that possibly even a subject of discussion?
Yeah.
So what if it's the chief of police?
So the head of the police, that is the Inspector General, arrest warrant. Who's going to execute this warrant?
His immediate deputy
Okay.
can do that, or any other officer, because there is nothing that prevents
Ata
even
askari-
a corporal. I mean,
constable wa
Forget
Central.
constable. A recruit who has just left
Yes.
Kiganjo and has been sworn in as a police officer can arrest him.
Can arrest him,
Yeah.
including even a citizen arrest.
Okay.
We can actually do it because remember, you're not arresting the Inspector General of Police. You're arresting
The individual.
the individual. All right, it is not even being arrested because of the position he holds. He is arrested because of what he did as a person. The moment you start answering to charges in your personal capacity, then you must remove your official title and answer to charges as an individual.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, there is this assumption, and it's a mindset that is a major undoing in our thinking about the position that the law plays in our lives. And it's a mindset that was born in the previous constitution in the time of a completely different jurisdiction, where it was assumed the president was above the law. And by extension, because he appointed judges, all these people in positions, you're a member of parliament until you're appointed to be a minister. The president had the power to appoint.
Including the police commissioner.
He appointed everybody, including the chief justice. Now, in such a situation, the assumption that someone was above the law, one can understand how that thinking came about. But it appears that it still pertains, because if we're asking the question, those individuals themselves seem to be shocked that when someone suggests that they should be arrested.
Yeah.
How is it that we have a constitution that clearly lays out these things, but our mindset is not a 2010 mindset, it's a mindset of the previous constitution, where people actually seem to think and believe that the law doesn't actually apply to them. And the people who have led the charge are those in the executive, the previous president and this current one. Because you have a situation where the law, as you say correctly, at the best of times seems to be a suggestion. How on earth then can we speak about being a law-abiding country? The person who should set the example of that particular dictate should be the highest office in the land. That's where one should see fidelity to it.
Yeah.
But if you don't, then the opposite then pertains.
Because what is shocking again, and this is to me because I saw that thing, the court said so and so, and it was even breaking news. You could see it on every channel. In the morning, it was on every newspaper. But you see, the person who's supposed to be arrested, or rather the person who arrest warrants have been, ordered for, is walking around. He's doing public functions. And you're wondering, no one is going to arrest this
we have a
person.
member of parliament who was jailed. Let's just start there, okay?
Yes.
He has appealed.
Yeah.
That case has not gone through the appeal. If he wins the appeal, then one could argue he's free. But before that happens, he is still culpable. He should still be in jail.
Yeah.
He's not. He's out and he's serving as a member of parliament.
And the reason I was asking Wakili, who is supposed to arrest this person?
That's
Now you've answered me.
Let me also put it this way.
Yeah.
Are you saying that the Inspector General of Police is not answerable to anyone, even for other administrative engagements? So the person to whom he's answerable to is the same person who is supposed to take action. For instance, you have the Police Service Commission. That is the employer. Or if you
Of
serve
the IG.
Of the IG, yes.
Okay.
Every police officer in this country is under
The National
Police Service Commission.
Yeah.
You serve the employer and say, we want this person summoned. They'll appear. You have IPOA, though it's been weakened. You have the CS Interior. You have the PS. They are supposed to take action.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Why are they not taking action? They are culpable and they are in it.
All right. Let's get back to this whole issue of Nyamira Governor, His Excellency Nyaribo, who's currently again going through this process. I think this is his what, fourth time?
It's a fourth attempt.
Yeah,
This
yes.
is the first successful attempt by the county assembly.
What is the issue at this assembly?
It's not unique to Nyamira county. And like I said, I have done a total of 7 impeachments. And I know that hardly is it about the competence, suitability of the governor. It has everything to do with resources. It has everything to do with succession politics. It has everything to do with the flexing of muscles. It's the same thing. You can borrow a leaf from Meru, from Kericho, from Kisii, from Isiolo. The script is the same everywhere. Because one is that, like I said, for you to take a governor through an impeachment process, you must be able to demonstrate gross violation of the Constitution. In my 7 instances where I have appeared for governors and even for county assemblies, I don't know whether I have come across anything that qualifies as gross violation. You will find issues to do with administrative procedures that the governor is being accused of. You will see matters to do even with employment disputes. You will come across instances to do with just the conduct of the governor. And those are the issues that are dragged to Senate, and they are termed as gross violation of the Constitution. I'm not saying that governors are angels, but I'm saying to a larger extent,
the evidence that has been presented,
it does not meet the threshold. So instead of using impeachment as an oversight and accountability tool, MCAs have converted it into a weapon to manipulate the governor into caving into their demands. So I believe it's the same thing with Nyamira County.
There was a similar situation with Governor Kivutha Kibwana when he was in Makueni. And he even got, I think, and it happened during his first term, where he even told the president, you know what, dissolve this thing and let us start afresh. Let's go back and seek the mandate of the people. And like you said, it's sometimes it's just a vendetta. Some of these issues are personal. Mtu amekataa, wengine wakikula mahali fulani, so now they say, oh, umekataa. So what can we do? Because it looks like and it feels like our authority that we have donated to these leaders is being misused. And here the citizens are the ones who are left suffering.
One, most of these impeachments, you will find deputy governors being behind them. But I mean,
because they are the beneficiaries.
They are the beneficiaries of this process. I have seen it in Meru. I've seen it in other counties. Most instances, the deputy governor is behind it. They fund it. They sponsor the process because they're the ultimate beneficiaries. One recommendation I would then have is to amend our laws so that doesn't become automatic that the deputy will take over that position once the governor is impeached. Why am I saying so? Because this is an institution, just like the presidency. You voted in the deputy governor with the governor. So if there is mess at the top, let's deal with the mess at the same time.
So if you impeach the governor, him and his deputy out.
After all, the deputy is an appointee of the governor. And I want you to have this in mind. Once a governor is impeached, his CECs are usually shown the door with the governor because they are his appointees. Why then would you retain a deputy governor who was also an appointee, of the governor?
You want to tell me that is what happened in Meru, for example?
Yes. The moment the governor was thrown out, after a week, all the 10 CCs were out and new ones were appointed. Okay. Because you cannot work with, they are just like cabinet secretaries. You cannot work with people that you did not have, a working relationship with. So one of the most significant recommendations would be the deputy governor cannot assent to that position.
Are the chief officers protected in such a change?
Yes, because they are employees of the county public service board and they're usually recruited in a competitive manner. Unlike
they're not appointed.
They're not appointed. They actually apply and they are taken through interviews and vetting by the county assembly. So those are protected. Though of course the governor has a say in who gets to the position of chief officer.
This discussion, I'm glad we're talking about Nyamira, and I'm glad we're discussing the conduct and the behavior of MCAs.
Yes.
Is it any different from the behavior of our members of parliament in the National Assembly?
I think it's even worse, only that we do not get the chance to see what happens there. It doesn't make it to the news until there is the actual impeachment. But I can tell you for sure that it's rotten, it's mess out there. I have seen governors who live at the mercy of MCAs. And I would like to draw an example I wouldn't mention the counties, where on one occasion you have members of county assembly so much against the governor. Okay, they are on record accusing the governor of violations, ABCD. Then after a month or so, they change tune and they go to the other side. So what has changed? Is it that the governor has reformed, or is it because their interests are now being taken care of?
This ought to be a national discussion.
Yes.
Because it isn't that the MCAs are a special group of people.
Yes.
Who, or perhaps they're ordinary citizens, at the time of election, there's a process that they're taken through that changes them to be these greedy individuals who don't seem to care about anything other than their own interest. There is the discussion of two things. There was a Constitution Implementation Commission, and I'm trying to remember what the other body was called.
Run by Kinuthia.
Yes.
Transition Authority. Yes.
Parliament made short work of those two institutions.
Yes.
And those institutions should have been given a mandate of 10 years. Why am I saying this?
Yes.
We gave the members of parliament the power to actually make the budget.
Correct.
The biggest mistake we made, because it gave them powers to extort. The moment you have parliament deciding what the treasury does, you have a problem. You've actually given them a hell of a lot of power, meaning in this country, on paper it sounds really good, but the extortionist nature of our politician does not augur well when you give them too much power. Because everything that comes out of their mouth will be, we want this benefit, no, we want this increase, we want this to be given, this allowance should be this. Look at what the MCAs came up with when Parliament increased their pay. They also wanted the same. We want this, we want this. It's always we want. In that entire discussion, you never hear of what it is those who voted them in were going to receive. It never features. There's a discussion around it very briefly, but it never features. This Parliament will have no quorum for determining an issue. No quorum. Somebody will actually say, Speaker, we do not have a quorum actually, so we really can't do this. You first of all, out. Okay? The thing passes. Now, that level of impunity, do you know what it means? It means there can be three people deciding on what a law is going to be in the country. Now, that isn't something we should just gloss over and say, oh, Parliament doing what they do. No. It's dangerous. Do you know what else they will be able to do if that is the path that they've chosen? Now, if these commissions, if these bodies were in place, they had the authority to guide as to what we then need to do, because this particular constitution is aspirational, as all constitutions are. And the teething problems were going to arrive as soon as we started implementing it. And we are seeing it playing out. And then we take these issues to Parliament. A Parliament that has, to say they've gone rogue means, wamekuwa wakora kidogo. Hawa ni mabepari. It's not a question of ni wakora wadogo hawa. Okay? So, we find ourselves almost at the mercy of Parliament, because they themselves have decided to abrogate the powers we donate to them to represent us with. They've decided to donate it to the executive. This isn't being between a rock and a hard place. This is between a rock and a rock. Our moving quarters are slim. Now, I started by saying I'm glad we're talking about Nyamira, because everything that you consider vile will play out here. It'll be this clan, it'll be this interest, it'll be this amount of money, everything and anything other than the service that this assembly and the governor are supposed to provide for the people.
And one governor who really tried and almost succeeded, I hope the one who took over from him is doing as much, is the governor of Makueni, Professor Kibudha Kibwana.
Yes.
Because he took away that very important role of budgeting from MCAs, from Parliament, and created, I think, village committees.
He did
that, so that it was the people who would decide what project they wanted and how much that project would cost. They would also supervise and ensure that project is completed, and they would report back to the governor if it is not done. So it was the other way around. Power actually was now being exercised by the people themselves.
By the sovereign.
By the sovereign.
Yes.
Because you cannot come and dictate to us that we need a dam when we need a road.
Yeah.
Or you tell us we need a road when all we need is ECD schools. So I think if we were to go back to the true spirit of devolution, we would take the mandate to the people to determine, number one, what projects do we want? How much money do we want to put into a particular project? What time do we give the contractors to complete this project? Have we done inspection ourselves to see whether it is working or not? If we did that, then this nonsense of impeachment will not be witnessed, because interest would have been served at the lowest level.
I also want us to discuss the impeachment of the deputy president, because that was one of the processes that Kenyans, I don't think many people had seen this coming, in terms of the president and his deputy getting to a point whereby things are not working and certain people feel like, you know what, someone needs to leave. And that process, of course, people had a lot to say about it. From where I see it, it happened really fast. From the day it was mentioned that it was going to happen to the day that it actually was implemented and passed, it was literally in the blink of an eye. And yet we are unable to do that to members of parliament or MCAs for that matter. Where is the problem?
You mean recalling members of parliament?
Recalling members of parliament.
One, it's because it's not parliament that was impeaching the deputy president. Instructions were coming from elsewhere. You could see that.
Yes.
So if we had a serious parliament, then we would see not just the deputy president being impeached, but you would also see most of these cabinet secretaries being censored by parliament because of what they have done or failed to do. The law, of course, provides for recalling of our members of parliament. But when you look at the unfairness of this law, is that you cannot recall your member of parliament until at least 24 months have elapsed from the day they were elected. Neither can you recall them at least 1 year
to the next general election.
So that means you have technically just, is it 1 year or 1.5 years to recall them. And the process is not also that smooth because it's really rigorous and involving because you must, number one, gather signatures. You must present those signatures to IBC for verification. You must then present that petition to the High Court for confirmation.
How will IBC know that I have gotten? They might count and see, okay, fine. The signatures are what, 1 million?
Yeah, 1 million.
Yeah,
I think it's,
or are they a percentage of
a percentage of the
constituency?
registered voters
in
the
the
registered voters.
Okay,
Yes.
so let's say I'm supposed to, in my constituency, I'm supposed to collect 500,000 signatures.
Yes.
They will count and say, okay, these are 500,000. But how will they know this one belongs to Mutuma, this one belongs to Muga, this one belongs to Edna? What a judge.
You know, the IBC, they do not have a repository of signatures
Exactly.
to compare.
Yes.
What they just compare is whether there is a mark against your name and that you are a registered voter. So for as long as there is a mark, whether it's a cow, you remember during NASA's attempt to change the constitution, there are people who draw cows and goats, and that was taken to be their signatures. So as long as there is a mark against your name and your ID matches and you are a registered voters, that will carry the day.
Because I can just sit somewhere and just write names there randomly, and random IDs, and then random signatures, and then present them. So you're saying that will actually confirm the ID numbers?
They'll confirm the ID.
Will they confirm all 500,000 of them?
It's an easy process. It doesn't take that long. I mean, they've done a verification for referendums. Remember Punguza Mzigo? They did it within 2 weeks. It was quite a huge number.
You know, this man lives in AI. And I'm surprised asking the question because he, more than us, should know that is actually not difficult at all.
It's not difficult.
It's because chances are those numbers will be handwritten, the names will be handwritten, and not everyone has got a beautiful handwriting. I might write. The point is, they
can do it.
Okay.
If they want, they can do it. There is nothing that is impossible.
So wameenda wameconfirm the requisite number of signatures and the names, and they are confirmed that these are the people. So now what is the next process? The MP is called.
It's a 3-tier process. One, there is the issue of collection of signatures, there is the issue of verification, and also there is the pronouncement from the High Court that indeed it has met the threshold. Once that happens, then IBC confirms a vacancy, and that is sent to the Speaker of the National Assembly, and that seat is declared vacant.
That sounds
but I can
easy.
assure you, we're not going to witness that anytime soon.
Because that sounds very easy.
Yes. Just like the law sounds very easy when you read it and it tells you what exactly ought to be done.
Signatures, check. This person has, according to, because I hear there are certain things that you have to accuse this person of.
Yes.
For that person to be. So let's say we've accused him on, like, for example, on chapter 6 of the Constitution, leadership and integrity. So we can find with the kuna mahali vitu zimeenda vibaya. So that one, check. We take it to court. What else are they waiting for?
Once it is confirmed, it's as easy as that. But I'm saying the process is stipulated, okay, under the law. But then the political manipulation and interferences.
So hapa ni politics.
Exactly, because all you need to do is put a block at IBC, like what you're saying. I mean, you can dispute signatures, you can move to court and start challenging almost on any ground. And all you need to do is just buy time until your time is over.
But you know something, Wakili? I don't think you said we are not going to see changes soon. If you'll allow me, I want to differ with you on that one. Because the very fact that we're discussing it is what tells me this is a forerunner to this big monumental change. There is change. Even when the executive responds to a court order and calls it whatever they want to call it, they're responding. It means they know what has been said, they have understood it, they're responding. If they ignored it completely and didn't respond, then I'd say, we have a problem here because they're disregarding this. When somebody comments, they know exactly what it is they're commenting about, they know exactly what position they're taking. When the vast majority of our people are poor, what we don't realize happens with that level of poverty is the power of independent decision making. It's actually denied them. They they will make decisions that they feel favor their well-being. It is an advantage that many of the people who dish out money understand intuitively without necessarily giving it any psychological profile. Now, it's not that they don't understand. Oh, they do. The public actually understands more things than we give them credit for. But how to make them understand that they're the sovereign, that seems to be a problem. We reject the idea that we are actually the sovereign. Forget not accept, we reject it. No, we can't be. Yule ndio mkubwa. So it's like the voting process is lost on us.
Yes.
We don't see the voting process as us actually doing something. We are actively donating. We don't. It's like we are giving this something that they should get. And it isn't something they should get. It's something that we've painstakingly decided to allocate to them for a period of time.
I agree 100%. It boils down to us as the people understanding our power.
Yeah.
All right? Understanding that this member of parliament that we have elected is our employee, is our servant. He's going to represent our interest. He's going to do as we want, as we wish.
Yes.
All right? So when you elect someone and you elevate them to a mheshimiwa status, then you've lost that control. Because you're looking at them as though they are now superior than you. That's where we begin, by giving them titles that, number one, they do not deserve. Because they and we also start, treating them as though they are superior to us, even without recalling a member of parliament. Okay.
Yeah.
If you summoned your member of parliament, okay, and made certain demands,
Yes.
all right, what makes you think that he won't act? But what do? We rarely summon them. We wait for them to call for kamkunjis and meetings that they control, and they even control the narrative and the outcome. So we've not taken up our role as the people. We've not told these representatives of ours that, look, ni kama tu mtu umemwajiri kwako nyumbani.
Yeah.
All right? So they do not get to do what they want to do. They do what you want them to do because they are under you. So the moment we understand that fact, then we will exercise our sovereignty. Yes.
Where? It is said in this country that once impeached, always impeached. So when a governor, like say Governor for Meru, former Governor Mwangaza, she can never vie for any political seat in this country.
I have a serious problem with that statement, and I know it came from the Chief Justice. Of
Yes,
the
it
Republic.
did.
It did.
Because indeed I'm the one who asked that question, so I should know.
You should know. Good.
Yes.
I have a very serious problem, especially coming from a Chief Justice, because number one, impeachment in itself is a punishment. Once you impeached, it means you have paid for your sins in quotes. So you cannot be punished in eternity.
Yeah.
There has to be a way of atoning to your sins.
For restitution.
Yes. We've seen people commit crimes like murder, like robbery. They go to jail, they are reformed, they come back. For as long as they have served their term,
Yes.
they are incorporated back into society, and nothing prevents them from
Continue with life.
continue with
normal.
life. That's one. Two is that most of these impeachments are politically instigated. So why would you want to punish someone eternally?
Yeah.
Because of a politically instigated process. Number two, what does the Constitution provide? It provides that for as long as you have an appeal that is pending, that you've not exhausted your right of appeal, you're still presumed innocent. So how then can we argue that once impeached, always impeached, including on a ground such as an administrative dispute or an employment dispute, like we've witnessed? Some of the governors have been impeached for very minor offenses that do not even meet the threshold. Are you saying that those people are condemned eternally and there is nothing they
Yet
can do?
their career is politics.
Exactly.
Actually, it should be so. Iwe funzo.
Once impeached,
No,
always
no, no.
impeached. Yeah.
It's not that once impeached, you should make sure that you do not get impeached. The responsibility that is put on the head of these individuals is so vast, it's so monumental, that when they misstep and you get to the point where the word gross is being applied, that's where you should. It means that this is a person who has demonstrated beyond compare that they are unable to carry out the mandate for which they were elected.
But like Nani, the advocate here has said, there are some people who will be impeached because of that personal vendetta. And I'm not saying that Professor Kivuva is an angel, for instance, but let's assume that his impeachment had gone through. Sasa huyo jamaa hivyo tu mmemfungia tu nafasi ya kulinda.
Watu wa Makueni would have been eating dust now. And let me explain this to you. There are certain things that unless the worst possible case scenario plays out, you will not learn. I know what I'm saying sounds harsh. Do you know the burden that a governor has, the burden of responsibility they have? Do you know what it is? And we entrust you with huge amounts of our tax money to ensure, so that it is balanced. We should have something similar when it comes to an MCA, a member of parliament, anybody who has, so that you know that the day this arrives at your doorstep, that's you are done with this. Choose something else. Maybe become a carpenter, become a plumber, do something else.
I'm of a different opinion, but
I would agree with the city if the process was fair. But hardly will you find fairness.
No, you won't.
That's a problem. If the process was fair, I would actually advocate for the harshest penalty, because you're touching lives. You're deciding whether kids are going to school. You're deciding whether hospitals have drugs. You're deciding on so many other issues. So if the process was fair, I would have no problem whatsoever with us having the harshest of the penalties. But having been part of these impeachment processes, I have not seen any single one that has been unfair. It's issues of weaponizing the process. It's a process of witch hunting, and therefore it is very unfair to condemn that person eternally based on a process that you cannot even vouch for.
All right. Thank you so much, Wakili, for coming through. We've come to the end of this conversation, but kama kawaida tunasemanga ya kwamba we invite you again to come and have these conversations more and more. And of course, we shall focus also largely on some of the other processes that are currently taking place. Yeah? Madam Producer? All right, no, wait, I'll ask that when you're on the break. But when we come back, I'll let you know about the culture festival, the Somali Culture Festival that is taking place at the Two Rivers Mall. Do stand by for that and much more. Right now, though, here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Ahead of Kenya's by-election scheduled for Thursday, November 27th, human rights organizations have raised alarm over reports that some cabinet secretaries and parliamentary speakers may be using government resources to influence voters. Speaking at Nairobi press briefing on Tuesday, Hussein Khalid, executive director of Vocal Africa, highlighted what he described as a worrying pattern of electoral misconduct, including violence, bribery, and partisan involvement of public officers in campaigning. He stressed that any public officer found to be engaging in partisan politics should be declared unfit to continue in office.
As we present these preliminary findings, we do so with deep concern and a sense of responsibility to alert Kenyans, electoral stakeholders, and the international community of emerging patterns that risk undermining the freeness, fairness, and credibility of the upcoming polls. Our work of collecting evidence and presenting it to the relevant authorities will not be an exercise in futility. We will expect that evidence is acted upon.
Teachers can expect smoother healthcare system as the government moves ahead with plans to shift the Teachers Service Commission to the Social Health Authority, with the rollout set for December 1st, 2025. Head of Public Service Felix Kosgei said the transition is advancing steadily and all key preparations are in place. Kosgei's update followed a strategic meeting with officials from both TSC and SHA steering committee on Tuesday, where they examined progress reports and reviewed systems to ensure seamless transfer. Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission CEO Marjan Hussein Marjan has assured Kenyans that preparations for tomorrow's by-elections are fully in place, pledging a free, fair and credible exercise. Speaking in Mbeere North constituency, where he chaired a multi-agency security briefing ahead of the vote, Marjan said the commission has concluded all logistical and security plans. He further assured voters that all polling stations in Mbeere North and other by-election zones will be adequately secured.
The agents of all the political parties concerned will be there. There'll be observers, there'll be media, so there's no need to be concerned about the issue. I think what we want to assure the country is that we want to give them a credible election, and each and every agent, each and every stakeholder has a role to play, including even the youth, the other stakeholders, the observers. They have a responsibility. The youth are the ones who are also going to conduct the elections at the polling stations. They are the ones who are going to give, they identify people, they are going to give ballot papers.
The International Criminal Court has been petitioned to probe the Tanzanian government of alleged violence and killings during October general election. The Madrid Bar Association, together with several human rights groups, is urging the ICC prosecutors to open a formal investigation into what they described as a state-engineered assault on civilians, including murder, extermination, torture, and enforced disappearances. The petition comes as the Tanzanian government cancelled the upcoming Independence Day celebration. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Chelsea joined an exclusive group with their dominant 3-0 Champions League victory over Barcelona on Tuesday. The Blues went into the halftime break with a 1-0 and a one-man advantage. After a Jules Kounde own goal was followed by a Ronald Araujo red card, Esteval added to Chelsea's tally with a sublime goal in the opening stages of the second period, before Liam Delap added a third to cap off a successful night at Stamford Bridge. The 3-0 victory also represented the fifth time the Blues have gotten the better of Barcelona in Europe's elite club competition. The Kenya Rugby Union has announced that Ugandan clubs will make a comeback to the Enterprise Cup for the first time in more than 2 decades, joining the competition at the quarter-final stage in March 2026. According to KRU Director of Fixtures Leslie Mwangale, 4 teams from Uganda are set to take part, though their specific lineup is still being finalized. The Enterprise Cup, which dates back to 1930, has long carried a tradition of regional involvement, and Mwangale said the union is eager to reignite the historic cross-border rivalry. And that's your sport update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. It is 8 minutes past 8 o'clock and City is happy. Is it the coffee or is it what is in the coffee, City?
No, it is the arithmetic that we're doing.
Yes.
That brought in the mirth. Yes. You know, when we talk about African presidents,
yes,
and the longevity of time they serve as president, and the longevity of term that they implant their will on the people of the country they're supposed to serve, it is something that you have to give a humorous twist.
Yes.
Otherwise, you'll rupture blood vessel.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So let's give it a humorous twist, right?
Yes.
Today in studio, we do have the marketing manager of Two Rivers Lifestyle Center, and we want to talk about getting the best out of the Somali Fest as far as the Two Rivers Lifestyle Center is concerned. And we do have Shurea Nkutu. Is it Shurea or Shuria Nkutu?
Shurea Nkutu.
Shurea Nkutu.
Yes.
Karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Thank you for having me.
I've always known it as Two Rivers Mall, but now it's Two Rivers Lifestyle Center.
Yes.
Or is there a center within the mall?
It is actually a lifestyle center. We're not just a
The
mall.
entire
premises. Yes, it's a
Okay.
lifestyle center.
Right.
Why we call it a lifestyle center? Because of what entails in Two Rivers. It's not just the mall.
Yes.
We have the lifestyle, we have the work, we have the play,
Mm.
we have the residences, we have the hotels. So you don't call that a mall.
Yes.
That's a lifestyle.
Wow.
It's a city actually.
From today henceforth, it is no longer a mall.
No, it is not.
You know, since how long has Two Rivers been there for?
We're 8 years old.
Yes.
Yes. Next year in February, we're celebrating 9 years.
9 years.
Yes.
I've only been there twice.
Wow. Okay.
Twice. And the both times it's because I was emceeing events at the mall.
At the mall.
Yes.
Okay. Why have you been there twice? I find.
Again, it's
Yes.
because first of all, I live in Syokimau.
Okay.
So it's
The distance.
very
He
rare.
lives,
Yes.
he lives in Machakos County.
Yes, I'm a Machakos resident.
Yes.
So I'll rarely find a reason to
Yes,
cross
yes,
3 counties to get to
Yes,
Kiambu. Two Rivers is in Kiambu, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, but the 2 times I've been there, I can confidently say that the place is absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
When was the last time you were there?
I honestly can't remember. Oh my goodness, it must be perhaps some 3 years ago.
Wow.
Some 3 years ago.
Don't worry.
I'm glad he's there this Friday.
I was there last year,
Last year.
but I've been there, I think, a total of around 6 times.
Okay.
So I've done infinitely better than this man.
And the 2 times I was there, I lost my car in the parking. Not lost,
No.
but I couldn't trace where I parked.
Yeah.
Yeah. So after parking, when I leave the event, you're tired. And then you get back and you ask, sasa hii gari nilipaka wapi?
Paul, now do you understand why it is
Yes.
that I use the transportation I use? Because I got lost.
Yes.
Not once, not twice,
Several times.
Right. So I learned. I call. I'm standing in this place, next to this place, and I can see this. I says, no, I'm very near you.
Yeah.
Good. But if I had my own car, I'd probably take 2 hours to find the
There's a time nani met hiyo gari nikaitafuta. Nikashanga ama hii gari imeibiwa.
Trust me, we've gotten that a lot, and we get it every other day.
Yes.
But we have improved our signages around the mall in terms of telling people when you
Yes.
park somewhere, you will know where you parked in terms of the coloring we've done there, the numbering of what you've done there. You know, we have over 2,200 parking bays.
Yes.
Within the mall.
How many again? Come again, please.
2,200 parking bays.
Ah, okay.
Yes, and we're actually still increasing because the plan is for the development to construct a parking silo that is going to be able to accommodate the entire ecosystem.
Yes.
Not Two River sits on 102 acres. Yeah, so we are that vast. So to be able to accommodate everything with the growing numbers that we're getting in terms of especially the residence part, we need now to improvise onto that. But
Okay.
it's something that we're working on, and
Yeah.
we've already improved the signages around. Of course, for first timers, when you drive into something vast, trust you me, we get people who come and say, I can't find my car, and you can't ask this person, where did you park it? Because that's why I can't find it.
Yeah.
That's why I've come to ask for help. Where is my car? So that is being has been handled.
I drive a very common brand.
Yeah.
So by the time I tell you the car,
Yes.
utasema guy, na hizo tukiangalia parking there are over 100 of them. Sasa wewe, hapa ni kala gani?
white.
White.
And
Pia hizo. Pia hizo ni nyingi. Wow, they're like 90%.
Yes.
But you know what? It was an adventure. I absolutely enjoyed it.
Yeah.
That's just the parking. But of course, the experience
Yeah.
and I keep on calling it mall at the center
Yes.
was absolutely awesome.
Thank you.
Great food.
Thank you.
Great shops.
Thank
You can find anything that you want
Yes.
in that place, apart from your parking. But you can find
Apart from your car where you left it.
you can find anything.
Yes.
From shops that will sell you electronics. There's one shop I walked into and it had this TVs I had never seen before. You don't even find them on the malls along Mombasa Road. Got in there and I was like, what? He even knows that. And I look at the price tag and I'm like, okay, forget that one. But nonetheless, an adventure,
yes.
a place that I actually enjoyed. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the feedback.
You are hosting the Somali Cultural and Arts Festival.
Yes.
The first edition was in 2021.
Yes.
Because I've heard good things about that festival.
Absolutely.
Brought in revenues of about, if not more than $1 billion.
Yes.
How is it handling such huge numbers of people, coordinating everything that happened on that particular day? Just give us an insight.
It's an experience, I would say. It's a beautiful experience that as the mall we've embraced. We were the first mall to do a Somali Cultural Festival that happened in 2021, and it was a mega success. So with the mall culture in our business and what we do, we embrace all cultures. You'll find, if you look at our calendar of events, we cover all cultures, all personalities, because that's who we are. We are diverse into it. Like an example, this year we've done a couple of festivals, but we can't end the year without having the Somali festival, because this was our first cultural festival that opened the doors for all the other festivities to take place into Two Rivers.
Yeah.
So it is such an immense and mega experience for the tenants within the mall, for the shoppers, because you will get to experience, and I would want to urge people who are listening onto this show, it's just about experiencing a beautiful culture, the diversity that's into it, the entertainment, the food, the networking to which people are going to do in that because we're going to have an expo, a business expo as well. So the networking to get to know what is happening into the businesses, for these businesses to get to connect, for the people who want to connect with these businesses to come onto board and engage. So it is one of the best things that we do as the mall, and for us the Somali culture is our India, is a way to end there. We would not, you've seen we're doing it at the last bit of the year.
Yes.
We cannot end the year without embracing, because it's part of us. It's who we are, and yes.
And you've given it 3 days.
Yes, we've given it.
29.
Actually, the 3 days are not enough.
Yeah.
The 3 days are not enough. And the first time we did it, it's because of the time restraints that we have. If you look at the first time when we did it, we did a full week event. We started on Monday all the way to Sunday. Yes. And 7 days. But if you also look at the time that we did it, there wasn't much happening. Right now, it's a busy time of the year. We have a lot of events that are happening in. And just as a bonus to the people who are listening in, it's also going to be Black Friday. So the footfall is going to be high. People are going to be scrambling in for deals. So it's a great time for people to get together, experience.
You mentioned Friday, then you mentioned black.
Yes.
What on earth is a Black Friday?
So a Black Friday for
Stima zinazimango usiku.
Well, Maze. Carry on.
Kenya Power nazima.
So Black Friday is a day that businesses, if you're running a business, is a day that you're supposed to appreciate the customers every year, whereby you give out mega sales. If you're selling this bottle of water at 200, it's a great day to offer it to your loyal customers at say 20 shillings. So it's a day for crazy deals.
Meaning, if this thing costs 100 on Black Friday, which is this coming Friday,
yes,
this thing will be 20 bob.
Yes, it will be.
Is there a limit to how many of them I can buy?
No, there is no limit. There is no limit.
As many as you can afford.
Yeah, right now we have over 80 participating tenants into this. These
80,
are from
80. Just name a few.
So the ones participating, we have Manix, we have Housewife Paradise, of course Carrefour. We are running their offers every day on electronics. You mentioned about a TV. Right now is a chance for you to...
I'm actually looking to upgrade my TV. Continue.
Perfect. So this is a time for you to grab actually a mega deal. Then we have even from the food, people are giving offers from say electronics, fashion, entertainment, food, everything will be on to sell. At least over 80 stores are participating, and we have sales up to 90%. So if you bought say that jacket at an extra amount on this time, actually people save. It's a culture that we want the community to embrace, Kenyans to embrace, because it's a big culture when you go to Europe and other countries, where you'll find households save money to only shop on Black
Wait
Friday.
a moment.
Yes.
I've seen this in movies where people queue
Yes.
from the night before.
Oh, yes.
To wait for the doors to be opened because they know
Yes.
the deals are out of this
Crazy.
world.
And also because the stock is limited,
Yes.
or at least it will run out at one point.
Yes, it will run out because it's clearance. Because even for the businesses, you can imagine probably you've had the stock the entire year. So it's time for you to bring in new things. What do? You clear the stock. So for businesses, it's mainly to clear what they have, to appreciate the customers. But it's also a day that many people have marked. Personally, I mark Black Friday at the big. If I want to buy something, a
Yes.
phone or whatever, in
Yeah.
most cases, I don't buy it earlier on just for the sake. I
You
will
wait for Black Friday.
Is
I
it
wait for
only
Black
once?
Friday.
Is it once a year?
It is once a year.
That's why it's called Black Friday. It's one Friday.
And it's the last Friday of November. Yes, every year. The
so
last
this,
Friday.
This Friday, the day after tomorrow,
Yes.
is Black Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one I've gotten.
Yeah.
Yes.
And everything is going to be cheap.
Everything is going to
Very
be cheap.
So umesikia
Everything is
up
gonna be
to
on offer.
90%
Yes.
in some
Are
selected
there people
stores.
in the mall who sell cars?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and they also
Yes.
Black Friday applies to them.
Yes, please come. Please come. I'll walk you to them. Yes, I'll walk you to them.
City has, there's this vehicle, I won't mention which one. It costs some 20 million. Bro, hata wakikutolea 90%. Bado kidogo itakuwa tricky. Yeah, but thank you for that insight.
Yeah.
You know, you've said the previous, like the one in 2021
Yeah.
took about 7 days.
Yes, yes.
And perhaps someone will ask, hey, siku saba?
Yes.
Kwani, what is this about the Somali culture that is going to be showcased for 7 days?
So let me tell you,
Yeah.
the Somali culture is rich. Actually, even the 7 days would not be enough to showcase what they have. From what we experienced last time, the 7 days, actually, people say they were not enough because every day we had a turnout of footfall of over 3,000 people who came to the mall. 300,000 people
For the Somali
for
culture.
the Somali Culture Festival. So, and this was in a span of 7 days. And every single day, we recorded a footfall of, say, over 40,000 plus. Of course, the final day was the
creme de la
ultimate,
creme.
yes. But the other days, we recorded footfalls of over 40,000, 30,000 on a single day, on a Monday, on a Tuesday, where somebody will be like, where are people going to come from? And the reason is, back to my point, the Somali culture is such a rich culture when it comes to the food, to the tradition, to the attires that they wear. Like, it's a beautiful culture that we get to experience, as Kenyans, that we get our other customers to come and experience. Like I said, the mall is very diverse.
Yes.
We are a multinational. So if you walk into Two Rivers right now, one corner, it's a mall for every person. So all these people actually come during the festival. So it's not just about the Somalis coming for the festival. It is them inviting every other person to come and experience, appreciate the food, the traditional dances, because we're making it more cultural. So it's for people to experience it. So it's very rich. Trust you me, the 7 days were not enough. After the 7 days, we're like, when
Maybe you need to do a round two.
Yes, when can we do a 1 and a
extension.
2 and a 3 and a 4? So this time we're doing it 3 days,
Okay.
but with a lot of activities, with a lot of engagement that is going to happen. We're going to have, of course, the expo business running on, engaging the normal customers who are going to participate into this event, and then we're going to have the entertainment part of it, the cultural. We're going to have the arts center, artifacts, and all that to teach
Walk us
people.
through this. Let's start with the expo.
Yes.
Business.
Yes.
What sort of businesses are going to be represented in this expo?
So it cuts across, it's vast across,
Okay.
from healthcare, banking, motor. You actually mentioned about a car, so I'm looking for you on Friday. So insurance, so all the businesses that basically service the normal living person. So we're going to have them into one zone. So it is people to get to engage. Personally, I'm looking forward to interacting with banks to get to know about the halal banking and things like. So personally, on the other side, when we're planning the event, I'm already looking forward to something that I want to engage in, and this now goes across to the people who have been following and the inquiries that we're getting in. So it's mainly the business networking that is going to happen into this place here.
And for example, in terms of the businesses, if I come and participate in this particular expo, for
Yeah.
instance, so that means I am also able to tap into the opportunities that will be presented there.
Yes.
I can also partner with this particular business entities.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, because actually you're going to be one group. Well, first of all, we're going to launch it off with a breakfast, meeting in the morning. You've not gotten the invite.
Okay.
No.
You had me at breakfast.
Yes.
Yeah. So
maybe we can carry everything here and we go set up a studio for the breakfast show.
Actually, we should talk to the boss and see if we can do that.
We will talk to him after this.
If we can have breakfast at Two Rivers and have the show there, perhaps that is also another attraction. But I'm into. What time do the gates open specifically for the culture festival?
So the gates are going to open the breakfast is starting at 10 because it's a Friday.
Okay.
The breakfast will start off at 10, and after the breakfast by 12 is when now we officially launch the event. Because the event is going to be running until say 10 p.m. at night. This is for Friday. But Saturday and Sunday, because there's other things happening as well around the mall, it will even go longer.
Beyond.
So it will be from 9 to say 10, 11.
Okay.
Yeah. And also to top it up, we're going to be having a fireworks show every other day for the 3 days non-stop.
And this is every evening?
This is every evening. This is from 8 p.m. So we urge people to come in. Every day we want to close the event with a bang.
All right. So we've spoken about the business expo.
Yes.
What is the other attraction?
The other attraction to it now are the cultural performances that we're going to have.
Artists.
Yes, especially the traditional dancers. We want people to come and learn to do the danto. Yeah, I'm not good at it, but at least I remember that from the previous event.
Wait, did you say dance hall?
Danto.
Oh, danto.
Yes.
Oh,
you know where
there's a dance called danto.
Yes.
Okay.
I wish we had someone here in the studio to show us how it's done.
No, that's why we will come to Rivers to watch it.
Absolutely. So we're going to have somebody, we're going to have those kind of engagements. So even for the Kenyans that we're inviting over, the other cultures that we're inviting over to come and join and be part of this experience, those are some of the things. If you want to learn how to do the moves and to do it, it's going to be an experience basically. So you bring your children along, you come with your family, your friends and whatever, every person is going to be learning something. Yes. It's going to be, and it's fun to look at and watch. Yeah.
There's a question I've been having as far as fashion is concerned.
Yeah.
And this is fashion, the Somali culture.
Yes.
Me from what I see, the ladies wear buibuis, the men wear kanzus. So what kind of culture, what kind of fashion am I coming to see?
You're coming to see, they have the traditional outfit, the attire that is so rich. I don't know if you know the colors, the red, and it is so rich in color. It has some yellow, red, and what. So actually when you come to Two Rivers that day, you're going to see that, because even the dancers are going to be dressed in.
That is one of the unique features, I think, for me, because the food, I've eaten lots of Somali food.
Yes.
But the fashion, mimi najua tu hizo mbili.
You know, just take a cursory look at many cultures. Dress was always specific to function.
Yes.
There are dresses people wear during a wedding. There are dresses people wear during a funeral. There are dresses people wear when there's some sort of celebration. The attire more or less speaks to the occasion.
Yes.
And that's so Mali culture is not different from the other cultures when it comes to that diversity.
Okay.
Even the men, it isn't as though everybody just wears brown and it's a question of shades of brown. No. There's also headgear. You know, when you think of headgear, you think of headgear in women. Men have headgear. And again, it depends on the occasion and also depends on the status of the individual.
Okay.
Yes. So these are things that, as I said, many cultures have them, but when it comes to Somali culture, let's put it this way, it'll blow your mind, because you'll realize, wait a moment, because there's this idea you have in your head about what it is, and when you get to that particular place where it's being shown in its opulence and it is finery, you'll realize, wait a moment, I had limited my imagination where this is concerned. Yes.
Okay. I know I said I know a lot of food from the Somali culture. There's one that I usually like and I eat it all over Nairobi. Unfortunately, me, every time I walk into a restaurant that is Somali themed, I'll always go like, Nipatia rosto. And I actually find it very delicious. But I'm sure there are others as well.
Yes.
You know?
They are rich in food. I actually personally love the Somali food, the cuisine that they offer, because it is very vast. From you say the rosto, that is one of my favorites as well, mandi, and then they have the it's I don't know the names exactly, but it's a place personally I love the food that is there. So for this even cultural festival, we're urging people to come and experience those. We've normally done festivals around, and any times when it comes to food, it brings people together.
Yes.
Because taste is taste. If you taste a cuisine and you connect with it, so.
And I like experiencing foods I've never experienced before. For instance, I've had camel milk before.
Yes.
And the first time I had camel milk, it was an experience. Unajua tumezoea kunywanga ng'ombe, maziwa ya ng'ombe rather. Ile siku unapatiwa ya ngamia. You even start, you can almost have that accent. Bahali yake, you know. So again, like I said, it's a good experience, and I have you had camel milk?
I'm not adventurous.
You know, on Friday we are taking camel milk, eh?
On Friday we're going to on Friday we're going to drink black tea
with lemon on the side.
Yes, exactly. The way the Somalis drink it.
No, we are going to have camel milk.
That diverse thing which you said you order when you eat, that one I can try. Milk.
Let's have camel milk.
I'm not touching that
stuff. Let's have camel milk, City.
Bro, I am not touching that stuff. Camel milk is wonderful to those who like it. I have told you, I am not adventurous.
That one you pass.
Completely.
And Kuto, have you had camel milk?
Yes, I have, and I love it.
Bro, that thing is delicious.
And I had never had it until when we did the first Somali festival. And right now, when I go to the Somali restaurant and it's on the menu, it's the first thing I ask for. Can I get this?
Bro,
can I get this? I've actually become a fan that I've gotten a supplier somewhere in Isli where I order it. It's always in the fridge. So, and it's very healthy, by the way.
There's a place along Mombasa Road. They sell it. It's actually on my way home.
Forget Mombasa Road. I know a guy who actually breeds camels and actually sells milk. It's a business he does. I know such a person. Personal friend.
Okay.
Yes, and he has threatened to supply me with several liters.
He has threatened.
Yes, he has threatened.
The threat has not come to pass.
I refuse to tell him where to find me.
But we know where to find him. And we know where he's going to be on Friday and Saturday and Sunday.
If that person is listening, I'll drop the pin.
I'm sure he's probably listening, but he knows because we've had this discussion before. Look, I just bring the milk. I know people who like the milk. I will give them. But look, it's like I grew up in Mombasa. In the years I lived there, I never ate octopus. As I say, when I say I'm not adventurous, it's not absolutely.
Okay.
For instance, I've eaten lobster. I've eaten crab. I prefer lobster, but I actually prefer shrimp. So I'm not totally an adventurous. But there are things. It's not that I think it is bad. No, it's just.
It's not for you.
It's not for you.
Yes, it's beyond. It's beyond the limits that I've set for myself.
Yeah.
Yes. So I ask you to suggest something else.
Don't worry, City. Nitakupatia na sitakwambia umekunywa maziwa ya ngamia.
Tumwambia umechukua chai.
Utashtukia na nitakuletea on a day that doesn't hata itakuwa mbali after the Somali Cultural Festival. Kombe City tukunywe chai. After umekunywa kwambia ilikuwaje? Ngamia bahali yake yeye amekunywa. One thing that I know about the Somali culture as well is that they're very the people of they're very outspoken.
Yes.
And they're very proud rather of their culture. And I'm certain we will experience this when we come to Rivers Mall. So now we've covered the whole business expo.
Yes.
We've covered fashion.
Yes.
We were covering food.
Yes.
I know they like a lot of rice and other foods that we shall mention later on. When we talk about there's something I saw here in terms of their entertainment, apart from just the dances. I've met even their comedians, people who actually do stand up and you laugh your heart out. Are we going to see some of that as far
Absolutely.
as...
You're going to see some of that. We have a lineup experience that we're going to share onto our pages for what people to expect onto the one. We're keeping it, we want people to keep guessing, and so that we don't give out everything at once, but we're telling people it's going to be an ultimate experience. So if you've had a slow month and whatever, this is the best way, the best time to come in and wine. And we're going to have from the comedians, from the different acts of the entertainment, like it's basically a culture, and we're keeping it cultural, just to stick with the word culture, because we want to embrace that. We're not going to do, say, make it more secular in terms of who we're bringing onto board this time. We want to maintain the roots of it, because we've seen with how culture festivities work, especially when you specify and say it's a culture, that people are coming specifically to connect with the roots. Like I said, the mall is very diverse in the people who are there. So we already have people who are asking, and they're looking forward, what time is the event starting? What time is this happening? So that they can come. And these are people from within Kenya, and some of them probably were visiting Kenya. Like I said, we have a 4-star hotel within the premise, Holiday Inn. We have guests who are staying there. And many people already have applied. They want to know what is happening. So that's why we want to stick to the cultural root of it, but also to give an experience out of it. But
is it a free affair? Is it free to enter?
Absolutely. It's free to come into Rivers at any day, at any given time. And also for this culture experience, the doors are open. Like you can access it through many different angles when you come to the mall, because like we've asked, it's going to be happening at the riverfront, but even inside the mall to the CK Square. So we are keeping a close channel flow. There is something that people will be engaging with from step 1, step 2, step 3. So it's going to be an experience.
It's important to for people ndio mtu aseme hii story watu wanasema
hata nimesikia tu watu wengine wanatuuliza online, what is the entry fee? Absolutely free. Just come and experience.
Yani come experience comedy for free. Come and experience music for free.
Come and experience the beautiful lifestyle center that we have. We're going to be having the dancing fountains show every other 1 hour, every top of the hour. We have a huge screen, where we will be having a lot of things also running about the event. That's why I'm saying I think we need to speak with the boss. You guys need to come to the mall that day to do your coverage there, because we'll be doing a coverage, and you're on the live screen. We have the largest outdoor screen right now in Nairobi that we've set where the event is happening. So it will be a good experience. We want people to connect.
You've mentioned something to do with the dancing
fountains.
So it's the fountains that are dancing.
Yes, the water dancing fountains.
So
it's
the
a
water
show.
Okay, so this water is choreographed to move according to some music.
Yes, it doesn't just splash. It dances actually around. It goes around in circles.
The child in city has woken up.
I love that. I love that.
Takuja kuona maji kiruka hivi.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So absolute fun. But I'm just envisioning it.
Yeah.
This child thing waking up is a good thing, Chief. You have no idea how much fun, because the thing that it does, it removes all responsibility. The moment you're a child, responsibility
out.
Gone. Yeah. The only thing is, I assure you, I will not walk into the fountain. But I'll be very happy watching those
You'll
things.
not dare to go to the water.
No.
We have the river.
I'll give it distance. I will watch. Is the water movement accompanied by light?
Yes.
It wouldn't be complete without light, and especially you've said every top of the hour.
Yes,
so that
every
means
top of the hour,
even into the night time.
Yes,
we shall see this.
And at night, it's the most beautiful, because now you get to see the splashes, the different colors of the water being, the lights being choreographed. So it's a beautiful experience, and we're attaching this now to the festival
because it's a holiday season.
Yes,
shule zimefungwa.
Kabisa.
We are expecting perhaps lots of children.
Yes,
I know the activities for kids.
Yes,
tell us about that.
So activities for kids are vast, because we have a theme, an outdoor theme park that actually is going to be running discounted offers for these specific 3 days to engage tenants to come across. You can be doing your shopping and engaging, and your kids are enjoying the offers. We have the Funscapes indoors. We have the Mad Max karting, which is going to be right where we are doing the festival. So there are a lot. We have skating.
Mad Max Karting.
Yes.
As in go-kart.
Yes, go-kart.
For children.
Yes, and adults.
Thank you so much. I was going to ask, are adults allowed?
Yes. Actually, you can get in. We have even the twin carts. You can get in with your child. Right? Yes, and you get to enjoy the experience together. And this is all happening right where we're having the events.
Have you watched the movie Mad Max?
Which particular series are you referring to?
It's not a series. It's actually a movie.
No, there was Mad Max 1. There's, hey, Chief.
There's Mad Max Furiosa.
Mad Max is old, so and I'm old. So surely. Yes, it's...
I'm sorry then.
Well, surely.
You rest your case.
Yeah, I thought I was going to educate him.
No. The go-karting thing, you said adults are allowed.
Yes.
Are the price also discounted for adults?
Actually, on that day, we're going to have a 10% discount for just the 3 days we're doing the festival to encourage parents, and it's a fun experience, adrenaline. Yeah, you get your inner child out, so you can you actually compete, and we give offers. We have prizes at the end of the games, so you can go in together with him.
Yeah,
you do a race, whoever wins.
Motor racing.
You know, I'm racing against you.
Formula 1.
Yes.
We have that. That is done.
Yeah. Is forgive me for asking this.
Yes, no, it's okay.
I'm asking for my benefit and perhaps for those who've never been there.
Yes.
Is there a swimming pool?
No, we are actually. I can actually announce that now. We have a construction of a gym happening, and we're going to have a
pool.
Yes, an indoor heated pool. Okay. So this is under construction. So next year, inshallah, when we're doing the next cultural events, you please come and we will have a pool there. Yes,
because I have 2 daughters, and those people love the water. Me, I think they are fish.
So now just bring them to the fountains. For now, we're offering if they love water, they definitely gonna be blown away with the dancing fountains, because they splash way high, the sound and the amusement to it. But also we have other activities that I didn't mention. We have the Century Cinemax there, and we've opened. We have currently 6 screens, and we've launched the VIP 3 screens that we just currently launched 6 months ago.
Yes.
So it's a total beautiful experience. There is something for everybody. You can come in, do what you're doing at the expo. As the kids you've left them into the movie for the next 1.5 or 2 hours,
and you're showing the current movies, the latest movies.
Yes, because you have Century Cinemax here.
You people, you don't want us to live there. Tukiingia huko tusitoke.
Hamtoki. Ukitaka kwenda kucheza paddle tennis, we have that already. So there is something that somebody
kuna mpaka mmetuambia kuna nyumba za kulala.
Hadi kuna nyumba.
Kuna hoteli. Sasa
kuna hoteli. Hamwendi mahali, mtakapo for the 3 days. Event ikiisha, bado tuwa retain, tuwauzie nyumba hapo.
Okay.
Yes.
Clearly you will walk into 2 rivers. And that is a trap, my friend. You are not living.
Mimi I utanunua gari. Hata nyumba ukitaka.
Iko hapo.
No, utoke kule mbali kwenye umesema. Acha tukulete karibu.
Because the interesting thing about having a weekend of festivities.
Yes.
And now that you've mentioned all these amenities that are there, from the go-karting, what else? We're talking about movies. We're talking about the recreational facilities. Here's the thing. There are people actually who do not know what to do on weekends, where to take their children. And I'm talking about even post the Somali culture festival. You wonder when sasa watoto ndo wapeleka wapi, ama bibi yangu napeleka wapi. So now I'm getting to see perhaps the reason why I need to cross all the way from Machakos, Nairobi, into Kiambu.
Yes.
Because if you tell me I can come there in one day and I can experience all this.
You will actually not, one day is not enough for you to experience everything. Because like I said, from the outdoor games, from the indoor games, from the experiences, we've actually just launched last month our gel buster, the paintballing as well. We've added that. So in terms of what we have to offer, apart from the shopping.
Wait, did you just say gel buster?
Yes.
Hey, majina mko nazo. Tell us about this Jail Buster.
So Jail Buster is an experience game for paintballing. Yes, where you go in with a crew, wherever it's shooting. So you change into a cool gear. It's a fun thing for families and people just to unwind around. So it's a very interesting adrenaline activity.
How many people should I come with to enjoy this?
No, you can even come with as a partner, just
Alright.
one person,
Mhm.
or you can even come up to a group of 20 people. It can accommodate. So you'll just take teams. This
Yes.
team is fighting against the other team, and it's just shooting games. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So the activities, trust you me,
Yeah.
one day is not enough for you to cover everything Two Rivers has to offer.
How long have you been having this paintball? Because I've actually been looking for a place to go and paint.
No, actually, we've just launched it last month.
Okay.
Yes, it's quite very new.
Yes.
So you can come and experience it. Yeah, maybe after the event, like you said, we have a lot to offer that
Yes.
you will experience. Yes.
Still on the event now.
Yes.
I can see we have friendly matches.
Yes.
Eastleigh versus South Sea clubs.
Yes.
So bahari yake watakuwa wanacheza na hii bahari ingine.
Yes.
Ehe.
And then we will do the prizes and the gifting on the final day of the event. So the matches are currently they've started, they're ongoing. So yes, because we had to strike down to who are the finalists
Oh,
and
so
all
it's,
that.
so it's like a league, a mini
Yes,
league.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
And so the culmination is during the festival.
Yes. So even on that day and the beginning of the festival, we'll have this still running, but then we will go down to the finals as we wind up for the event. So it's quite engaging. So we urge even for the people who are supporting these clubs to come and see talent. Yeah, we urge the people who can support talent to come in. There is so much that somebody can pick.
Like I said, clearly you guys don't want people to leave when they come in
Hamwendi
there.
mahali. Yes.
Mtu akikuja hapo ni hivyo anakwama.
Yes.
There's something about also the businesses that are within the mall.
Yes.
They're very, like I said, I've been there twice.
Yeah.
And I didn't cover everything.
Yes.
Covered very small. In terms of opportunities also for other people who might want to perhaps even rent space at the center. Do we have that?
Yes. So currently the mall is at 92% light, optimal, but we have some spaces that have come up that we've expanded onto, and we are currently onboarding. We're looking to increase also our offering because we have those parts that we need to cover in, especially when it comes to the entertainment. You know, you never go wrong with entertainment. So we are already very large indoor and outdoor on entertainment, but we still also have gap for that. So we welcome from small scale enterprises, from large scale enterprises. There is space for every other person. We go through the business ideas, so we have space available, and we're currently onboarding people to cover up the gaps that we have remaining.
CT, there's someone asking you on our social media. Ask CT if he has tasted Nyiri. He should go there. I have no idea what Nyiri is. Have you tasted Nyiri?
No. They recommend that I should.
Yeah, this is Evans Onyango. Would you be knowing what Nyiri is?
Where do you find it?
I don't.
I'm assuming ukiona amesema hivyo ni kumaanisha iko
We
huko.
note it down.
It's probably a Somali culture thing. Let me just confirm here real quick. Let me just Google haraka.
You know the gentleman who asked the question, what's his name again?
Evans Onyango.
What Evans doesn't understand or should pay attention to is what I said earlier on. I am not adventurous.
Let me tell you what it is. I've seen it here.
I like that.
Nyiri is a traditional ready-to-eat food product from East Africa made from sun-dried and deep-fried camel meat. It is a popular specialty among pastoral communities in regions like northern Kenya, especially among the Somali and Samburu peoples.
Good for him.
Yeah. No, good for you, because now amesema
You've got it. It's actually it's something that I would like to try.
if it's a Somali thing, I'm sure it will be served there.
Yes,
I'm sure. So it is camel meat, sun-dried then fried.
You see his expression. You're not for it.
Not really. I am trying to think. I'm trying to think. I am certain, because I haven't heard of anybody who has died from eating it.
I don't think Evans would be suggesting something that can actually.
I'm certain he isn't. I am merely expressing a perspective from the most adverse position, and then I'm coming to something which is infinitely less adverse, and I'm saying it is good. But let me take him back to the standpoint that I had uttered earlier on. I am not what?
Adventurous.
Yes.
You know, the first time I had omena, I was a very young, very like huko miaka 5 na huko, and I absolutely loved it. And to date, I love omena, and I cook it in where I live. And neighbors usually come and ask me, because even the way I prepare it, I put plain yogurt, spices here and there.
Paul,
then make it with ugali.
You're a foodie.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am actually.
You like food. Okay. You are a good testimony for food.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I, on the other hand, I eat, yes.
You make me sound gluttonous, but yeah.
No. It's a compliment. When you talk about food, your eyes lighten up. Okay. Your nostrils begin to flare. Okay.
You take it in, yeah?
No. This man likes food. Okay, and it's a good thing because of him.
You say that I'm get activated when I talk about food.
No, you get animated. Look, we've discussed this many thing with you on air.
Yes,
and we've even discussed other food. And I said, did you add this? Did you add this? Why? Because I also pretend to cook from time to time.
Yes.
It's not as though I abhor food.
Right.
No. I actually can cook. But the point is, see, there are these outer limits that people keep trying. Okay, I simply won't go there. I eat what I already know, and the diversity is enough for me.
What you're familiar.
Yes,
with.
Those boundaries. There are people like you who like to test boundaries. Test by all means,
Test
and
your
please,
limits.
yes, and test on my behalf also, please.
The only thing I will not eat is something that is alive. When people eat these things that open and close, oysters,
yes,
raw.
Yes.
You now see.
Now you see there, I like oysters.
So you would eat it raw?
I've eaten it raw with a little lemon.
And yet he says that he's not adventurous.
But as I've said, I am not adventurous. I'm showing you my limits. I don't eat octopus, but I eat oysters.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would eat an octopus that has been cooked. These are the things that I see on TV, people just taking it on their stick and then it's alive, it coils on that chopstick and then they put it in their mouth. Hiyo kitu ikifika hapa alafu ifungwe hivi mikono.
The problem is
ifike huko decide I'm alive.
Ifike hapa kwa throat na iseme hao jamaa leo apumui.
Paul. You see, adventure by my definition.
Yeah.
Is the outer boundaries of something I'm currently not familiar with.
Okay.
So I may say things that you say, but that's being adventurous. Like for instance, when we're children, we used to eat flying termites.
Okay.
They are extremely tasty.
I have eaten them, but cooked.
And they, us even raw. It's even salty. Now you see, that's you. Okay. Yes. Now I don't have that problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm simply trying to say there are things you introduced to at an early age.
Right.
Before you learn to question many things, and somehow you acquire a taste for it, and life goes on that way. Now there are things which now,
yes,
at this tender age that I'm at. To try something new. Now you go ahead.
Tricky.
Tricky, totally tricky.
Yeah.
The thing is this, the experience, the visual experience that I personally, Charles Muga, I am going to experience when I go to Two Rivers Mall on Friday, for me will be adequate. Okay? I will ask questions. I will seek to be informed.
Yes.
And when I'm informed, who knows? I might actually change my mind.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
But the thing that I don't put a limit to is the inquiry of the mind, what it is that these things are, and inquiries that I can know more about them. And everything I've heard about this cultural festival tells me my mind will be entertained beyond compare. I will be able, and my eyes will be entertained beyond compare. I'll see things I've never seen, bless you. I'll be able to ask questions. I'll be told. Then I'll be able to see.
Yeah.
So for me, I will be fulfilled.
So when he says his Somali culture thing is a must attend, yeah, yes, it is a must attend. You know, we've attended many festivals.
Yeah.
For example, I'm a Kamba, so every time there's a Kamba festival, something mentioned Kilelembe night, I'm always there. Luo festival, these guys, Bana, they live a very flamboyant lifestyle. I've gone to
flamboyant, you say?
City Cinemaliza.
Is it our fault if some people do not live colorless lives?
Then we have the Kikuyus, of course, with their Kikuyu culture festival, and they have their Mugithi nights, and so
yeah.
so you. I mean, I like immersing myself in different cultures because you get to learn something new.
Yep.
And then
Absolutely.
and then you also get to perhaps have questions that you had answered about this particular community.
Actually, the idea about having these cultural festivals, sometimes people get to have perception.
Yeah.
You will see people, a culture, and it's what probably you've believed, but you've not even interacted with the people from this culture. So the reason we do these experiences to give people a chance to explore, so that you get to learn for yourself. Who are these people? How do they do business? How can I interact with them? What is fun about the culture? And like I said, each culture is very beautiful. Your culture is beautiful. My culture is beautiful. His culture. We all have the richness of, and I'd say the African cultures. We have that richness that keeps us onto ground. So when we open that up to other people and they come and learn, they actually get to appreciate and embrace it. Yes. So that is actually the main thing about hosting cultural festivals. And again, of course, it's fun. People get to unwind. It's laughter. 3 days of laughter. I doubt you'll find somebody grooming on at a cultural festival. No, I don't like what I see. No, you've come to experience. So already people come with that mentality. What's happening here? I want to learn. I want to ask questions. And that's why we're going to have the Cultural Heart Center, where we want to welcome people to come and ask any question. You had any doubt? We want any clarity about this? It's an opportunity for people not to just guess around, but ask these questions.
And specifically ask questions that perhaps would be what can I zile kuna maswali mengine magumu unaweza shindwa kuuliza mtu directly because it might sound offensive, but on that day I can actually just get to ask a legit question.
I want to find out about this. Maybe it's something that you would not ask, like you've said, randomly on any other day, but it's a time for you to freely ask about it, because even the people who are there are going to be freely willing to educate people, let them understand about the culture. So it's...
I'm also interested very much in the business culture of the Somali people. I've heard it. Sometimes it sounds like a myth. But I want to hear it now from the horse's mouth. The people who are actually in this culture. I want to understand how the Somali people are able to do business the way they do, make as much money as they do, because ukitembea isili uko watu bana wana pesa.
So I will speak from the perspective of the mall, the lifestyle center that I'm talking about, because we host several cultures, and I would not be probably the best person, because I'm not Somali, to say this is about the culture and what. But from the interactions, and this is from my experience now from 2021 when we did the first festival, I would say Somali people are rich in say behavior, in culture, in principles. So we've worked with them from that time, because even a majority, like I said, it's a lifestyle facility. A majority of our tenants still come from the Somali culture. So even the event is to appreciate the people that we have within the ecosystem. I would say they're very honest people, very loving people, very passionate about business, and very trustful people. Like the people that we would get into discussion with, I would not have to worry about, have we signed the contract? Have we stamped it? Has it been sent to the lawyer? It is more of taking their word for what they're offering. So I would actually invite people to come be part of the event, to engage onto these terms, to get to learn, because we've experienced it from 2021, and I can tell you for sure the people, it's a culture that I would want to invite the rest of my people and the rest of the people listening to the show and what to try interact with them. They're actually very honest people.
You know what you've said and why it's in my mind is of significant interest. You may have seen my facial features change when I was thinking about it. You see, the moment you sign a contract, you know what you've just done? You've admitted that there is a situation pertaining to mutual mistrust.
That
is why you must write it down. There must be a witness.
And
take to your lawyer. It, bring a lawyer. Maybe record it in the registrar's office and so forth. But where people's word of mouth and handshake is adequate, there is trust. I have been a student of how it is. Still am. I continue to be a student of how it is the African within these boundaries of this geographical boundary we call Kenya have moved from the time when they were purely pastoral or agricultural to getting into commercial enterprises and getting into industry. The first community that broke this particular seal, we had the Indians doing it, were the Kikuyu from central Kenya. But the thing that has wowed me completely is our community that in terms of development and government policy were marginalized, literally. And now within a period of time that one can actually see, I've seen it in my lifetime,
Yes.
have become a serious commercial and industrial powerhouse. Now, that is worthy of study. Because essentially, the very things that you thought couldn't be done, you see them do. And you say, wait a moment. If somebody who's like me can do this thing, it means I can do it. See, that is what it does to your psyche and to your thinking. So you suddenly find that they are able to accumulate through crowdfunding monies that are monumental, and by so doing, they're able to do things which in and of themselves are monumental. Now, these things can't be done if there is no trust. And yet they do it.
Yeah.
It is something that is worth studying and looking at and understand.
emulating.
Yes, exactly, because you talk about the people who you talk, you agree, that's it. You've
Done.
agreed.
Yeah.
Done. And oddly enough, man, it works. It really, really, really works.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. True. Kuna hapa, let me just read one or two more. Emmanuel Templar amesema, I have seen people milking horses in Mongolia. Okay. Please invite CT to dance. Grapevine says he used to be a professional Lingala dancer at Florida 2000.
Actually, he's not wrong.
Oh, you used to dance Lingala?
I wasn't a professional dancer. I like Lingala music.
Okay.
And I used to dance to it. It isn't the only cultural establishment I used to visit in my youth. So,
You should get the tapes and revisit the days.
well, if you could, yes, I used to.
So wewe ni mtu wa dombolo ya solo na kubanga bilu tena kubanga nzambe na ngai.
Hey, my friend.
Aya, Dahira Ahmed amesema, don't forget the camel milk kwa Kisomali ni kana gelo. Very nutritious, prevents many diseases and boosts immunity. Okay. Emmanuel anauliza, how can City claim not to be adventurous yet he was a famous playboy in the 60s? Do you know this, Emmanuel?
I don't know Emmanuel, but for him to understand what I was doing in the 60s, he must be a prophet or clairvoyant, because in the 60s I was in primary school.
I have a feeling that this is your neighbor from back in the
Am I
day.
your childhood friend?
In the 1960s, I was in primary school.
Yeah.
I got to secondary school in 1972. So, I mean, you think about it.
Yeah.
A playboy in the 60s. In primary
That's what I'm
school.
saying. He must be your childhood friend, yeah?
Huyu jamaa anakujua City. There's something you're not telling us.
Maybe his parents know me.
Okay. Lastly, he says, the lady is very articulate and confident. Hongera, Madam Kutu.
Thank
Ukirudi
you.
kule tu River Small waambiwa kuongeze mshahara because you've sold them. Umewauza vizuri tena sana. I am literally sold.
Wamesikia.
I am sold, and I'm going to sell you to my family so that we can come and enjoy the Somali Cultural and Arts Festival 2025. You said gates open at what time? On Friday?
It gets open from 9.
9
Actually,
a.m.
the mall opens at 9. So
Okay.
it gets open officially at 9.
9.
All businesses are operational. But we're having the breakfast at 10 a.m.
Okay.
So the festival is open from 12.
All right.
Yes.
Is there anything I've left out? Because tumecheka sana na tumejibamba.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing. I think I will just, if you allow me, just
Yes.
give the last remarks. I'm urging every person listening to us to come join us, be part of this experience, be part of the fun, the learning. There is going to be, like I said, a lot of opportunities to network, to get to know businesses. If you're a business owner out there, it's a great time for you to come on board. We still have a few slots remaining. It's a great time for you to please call the numbers below to the posters, come on to board, be part of this main movement. You had the last festival that we did a close sale of 1.2 billion. Yeah, we did a sale of 1.2 recorded.
Your person ni mingi.
Ni mingi, yes. And this is why I'm urging any person listening to this who is in business, whether you're a small trade business or you're a large scale business, this is the opportunity to come onto board. And we still have, like I said, slots remaining. Come participate into this event, get to learn, get to network, and get to see other opportunities on how we can collaborate together. So welcome to Torivers. We look forward to hosting every person, to seeing every person who is listening to us be part of this journey with us. It is going to be an experience. And we're having a fireworks show every other day for the 3 days. So bring the kids to enjoy the water fountains, to enjoy the experiences, and to, as we light up the skies. That is how we will close the night.
All right. Thank you, Shureyan Kutu.
Thank you.
She is the marketing manager at Two Rivers Lifestyle Center. If you have not listened to that conversation, trust me, my friend, the things that are going to be taking place on 28th, 29th, and 30th, only God knows. Right now, though, let's get into the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A court in Nairobi on Tuesday heard Maxine Wahome's defense in the case of a boyfriend rally driver Asad Khan, who died after sustaining a leg injury during a domestic dispute in December 2022. Through her lawyer Philip Murgor, Maxine argued that Khan's death was the result of his own actions and inadequate medical attention, not her doing. Murgor explained that the incident occurred at their home in Kileleshwa, where the couple argued and Maxine locked herself on the balcony. During cross-examination of investigating officer Diana Ngote, Murgor highlighted that Khan's injury, combined with untreated hospital infections, contributed to his death. The impeachment of county leaders has become a prominent feature of Kenya's political landscape, with senators handling an increasing number of cases in recent years. Advocate Elias Mutuma, speaking in an interview with Radio Generation on Wednesday, described his term of parliament as one of the busiest for impeachment proceedings. Mutuma explained that impeachment was intended as a strong accountability mechanism enshrined in the Constitution.
Number one is that the county assembly is supposed to frame charges against the governor. And those charges cannot be just any other charges because they are defined under the Constitution. And there is a very high threshold for these charges because they're supposed to be gross violation of the Constitution. So it's not any other violation or unlawful act that will then empower an MCA to move an impeachment motion. They must demonstrate that the violation was gross, and that has been defined all the way to the Supreme Court. So once these charges are framed, the mover of the motion will then seek support from 2/3. I think it varies from one county to the other.
A confrontation unfolded after members of National Assembly Committee on Sports accused the Sports Principal Secretary Elijah Mwangi of sabotaging the construction of sports academies in 37 constituencies across the country. The legislators, led by Committee Chairperson Dan Wanyama, on Tuesday sharply criticized the Ministry of Sports over persistent delays in paying contractors. The agitated lawmakers fiercely warned that the hide-and-seek implementation of the flagship project was politically costly and risk rendering the academies white elephant ventures.
SASDAP or the Sports Fund have resources to meet the obligations related to sports academies. Today, Chairman, I can confirm, even though I'm not a signatory to the Sports Fund, we have over 700 million in the account.
Treasury has no framework to dip its hand into this fund and give it to Kenya Academy of Sports. That is the inhibitors. So the easiest framework now is, which we ask in this committee, is a mechanism whereby this money is reverted back to Sport Fund.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has recovered 500 million Kenya shillings worth of property in Hobley Estate, Buxton area, Mombasa County. The 4.8-acre parcel is part of 1.4 billion Kenya shillings in assets recovered by the EACC over the past 3 years. The commission, led by CEO Abdi Mohamud, is currently pursuing the recovery of assets valued at approximately 10.3 billion Kenya shillings. Speaking in Mombasa during the recovery tour, Mohamud said the reclaimed properties will be returned to the government for public use, particularly to support affordable housing programs.
The benefit of actually recovering this kind of asset will move down up to the common person, because when houses are put up here, the families that will benefit are the ordinary Kenyans. So the commission not only recovers asset for the sake of it, but recovers assets to ensure that the assets benefit the mwananchi at the end of the day. So this is not the only one in Mombasa. Right now we have about 5 other properties where we have recovered.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. This is the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mungana Mbuvi. It's 9 minutes past 9 o'clock, and it's the last hour. I don't like it because we're having so much fun on today's show, having all these great conversations with great people. And we actually do have another person in studio. She's here to talk about the PET scan technology at HCG Cancer Center. But before I get to introduce her, Siti, our producer Edna amekwambia that camel milk is a good jump starter. So I do not know what we are jump starting, but you just know if you need to jump start, whether it's your car or your motorcycle, just know camel milk is a good jump starter.
I just want you to know that I am very clear about where you and Edna are going with this.
Right.
And let me take you back to the beginning of this conversation.
Yes.
I am not what?
Adventurous.
Thank you very much.
Right.
So you mambo maziwa, you keep drinking it.
Camel milk,
Nah, Edna. By all means, drink it. I am told it also works wonders for facial care. So, yes.
Or when you drink it, or when you apply it
when
to
you
your
apply it
face?
to your face, I'm pretty sure it works wonders. So you and Edna consider applying camel milk to your faces if you like.
Right.
Yes.
The medical professional in the house is looking at you like, huh? Where did you get this information? You know, they like sharing only verified information, eh? And as a scientist, you have to test.
It is verified. Camel milk exists. Camels exist.
Yeah.
Your face exists.
But you know,
is there anything else you want me to?
You actually might be right, because when you look at the Somali people, they have very smooth faces. I don't know if it's because they take milk or something else, but they have very smooth faces.
Edna, thank you very much for the suggestion. Yes.
But in ACT jump starter. So let's talk about the People's Breakfast, focusing on PET scan technology. In studio, we have Diane Murioki. Diane, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
PET scan, CT scan, all these names have people confused. What does PET scan stand for? What does CT scan stand for? Are they the same thing?
Okay, so PET scan, it's first a merge of two things. We have a PET and then we have a CT. So PET is positron emission tomography, and then CT is the normal CT most of us know, which is computed tomography. So PET scan works in a different way as compared to other modalities of imaging. All this comes back to imaging. So what happens in like easy terms, we have two types of imaging. We have conventional imaging, where we use machines to examine what is happening in the body. Like we get to use radiation, which is emitted by a machine, and it gives the anatomy, the structure of how the body is looking like and how the organs look like.
So like an X-ray.
Yes, like an X-ray.
Okay.
That is conventional imaging. And now we have the PET scan, which is or something we call molecular imaging. Now through this, it's positron emission tomography. We use something that is called radiotracers, radioactive substances, small amounts of radiation. We put them, we inject inside the body, and through that, like it lights up like a bulb in the body. Now it's detected and accumulates where cancer is, and through that we get to see what is happening. So now this PET and the CT, they are merged together, and through that we get both the anatomy, because we are seeing the photo frame of how the images are, and how the physiologic part of it, the function of how these images should be, or the organ should be working.
I have an idea of what a PET scan is, because my mom has gone through several of these scans. And you know, I get to see the images and I'm like, so it actually, you know, outlines the body very well and pinpoints where there could be an issue. But you've said that the patient is injected with
small amounts of radiation. Radio tracer.
Okay, so a radio tracer. I think the last time I heard about it, it was some sugar, what is this radio tracer?
A radio tracer, in simple terms, it's like radiation, small amounts of radiation, which are radioactive, but in a diagnostic purpose. Because when somebody hears of radiation, they think, oh, a bomb. Now what are we going to do? This is a bad thing. Now what happens in radio tracers, they are like small elements which are made, and then they are made with pharmaceuticals. We call them ligands. These ligands, they are things which are specific to certain or specific cancers. So when they are merged, they form radio tracers. These radio tracers emit the radiation, and then they accumulate in the cancer cells. You mentioned something about glucose.
Yes.
We have like different types of radio tracers. Every radio tracer is specific to a certain cancer. So if we have the one you are saying that is specific to glucose is called FTG. So in FTG, it accumulates where the sugar cells are, because cancerous cells, they love sugar. So when you inject this tracer, it will accumulate there. Whatever is normal, because the body again operates in a way where there will be glucose production, because you would wonder, how would I know that this is disease and this is pathology? So the normal glucose will like excrete and be dispersed from the body, but where the cancer is, it will stick there for longer than the normal workability of the body. And then we have like other tracers as well. These tracers, they accumulate because when we have the glucose-based ones, you have organs which are always like working, like the brain, we have the heart. These organs will always accumulate it. What do we do for patients where you're querying, maybe there's something in the brain and it's always taken up regardless of if there's pathology or not? Comes in now the tracers where we have called like FAPI tracers. These ones, they accumulate where there's stromal cancer cells only. Most cancers have workability whereby they only they go there when there's cancer. So when you inject this tracer, it will only go there because the cancer is only there. Regardless of any activity happening there, it will accumulate there. Others specific to like prostate, we have PSMA scans where this tracer accumulates only to the prostate, and if there's spread, we call it metastasis, from the prostate, it will go there because you've given this tracer which is specific only to the prostate.
I know the PCA is a hormone, right?
Yes.
So this tracer is specific to that particular hormone. So if a patient is injected with it, because it is specific to the prostate, that is where it will be
it will
visible.
Be there specifically. And if the spread from there, say maybe it's in the prostate, right? The cancer, the primary tumor is in the prostate, and maybe it has gone maybe to the bone, maybe to the liver, maybe to the brain. This spread will be picked because these hormones have gone to those cells there. So it will be easy for this tracer to go to those different metastases spread in those different regions.
I recently took a buddy of mine for a CT scan. And they found that he had gallstones. What kind of tracer did they inject this patient with?
For CT plane. Oh, CT plane now. That's
he had pain on the side of the body, so they got there, injected him with whatever it is they injected him with. Then they put him into the scanner, and they were able to detect the stones. So what was the tracer in this case?
Now for that one is different, because for CT maybe they give contrast, because in CT we are not giving the
tracer.
The tracer. We only do tracer when we are doing PET scan for oncology patients, cancer patients.
All right, now I'm understanding. So the contrast is different from the tracer.
Yeah, contrast is different. This
So what
helps
is a
like
contrast? Yeah.
contrast is an agent which makes vessels or soft organs more visible. Yeah, it's clearer when you're seeing it.
Where? Okay.
Yeah.
What is there? And I'm asking this one. I'm asking for my nini, for my benefit. So how do they make it? How do they make the soft tissues more visible? Do they color them?
No, actually that will be an easier term. When you do like a CT plane, the organs will have a different appearance, like grayish. Now when you give this contrast, it lightens up, it changes the color. It will be like visualized in white, so you're able to pick, is there a lesion, is there
so when you look against the dark image, you will, and then against the lightened image, you'll be like, so hapa tuone, lakini hapa inaonekana, so you unajua kuna shida.
And then maybe in the liver, it has this type of echogenicity, and then in this white one you're seeing some maybe black dark things or very light things, so it makes that more clearer.
Do people in your profession do anatomy? Do you go for anatomy classes?
Yes, we do.
So you see cadavers, people who are not alive in there.
Yeah.
Maybe let's just start from the beginning. This course that gets you to understand these complicated things you're trying to explain here, what do you actually study?
You study, I did a diploma in Kenya Medical Technical College. I did a diploma in radiography and imaging.
So radiography?
Yeah, radiography and imaging.
And imaging.
Yeah.
So nyinyi ndio mna interpret ile picha?
No. Yeah. So for me, I'll do the imaging part. But
you are the one who actually creates that image that people go to read.
The doctor is the one who
interprets it. No, the radiologist is the one who goes and interprets it.
Can you interpret it? Ishish.
Yeah, but we like saying, take it back to your doctor, they'll tell you.
It's actually, yes, I actually know why you do that. I know why you do that. It's because, number one, your kazi yako iko limited to just taking the picture. You are the photographer.
Actually, no, it isn't. It isn't. It can't be. Because you can't be trained just to take pictures. You must know what it is you're taking pictures of. You must know why it is you're taking those pictures. And you must be able to even look at it and know this is what it is we are dealing with. You have not an idea. You have very clear knowledge of what it is. But however, that your mandate does not extend to you now telling the patient this is it, because that patient was sent to you by a doctor. So you're following protocol. It doesn't mean that you're not able to do these things, but protocol demands that you say, we are now through with our bit. Sasa?
But what I was saying is, because I've again taken enough patients through this particular process, and what I usually see is that once you've taken the pictures, you actually say what you have observed. So you say, I've seen this lesion, I've seen this mass here, it's this large or this small, and da. So you, of course, you give your details, but the doctor now will interpret to the patient that now, according to your picture, wewe uko saa enda nyumbani ndoka kule nyama choma na maziwa ya ngamia. But atakuangalia tena afaseme, sasa wewe hata hiyo hospitali utoki, we are admitting you. So that's the difference between what they do and that's what they do. Now you know. Okay, of course you knew. The CT scan, the radiology part of this, because again, like I said, I saw my friends' pictures and they were absolutely super clear. But I couldn't interpret nothing, because I do not sometimes. And when you look at that scan, you just see things, blobs,
and you're wondering,
so how are you able to tell that this is a liver, this is a heart, this is a cervix, this is whatever it is? How are you able to differentiate that? Is that because when I look at the picture of a liver on a normal picture, a liver has a certain shape. A heart, for example, has a certain shape, but you are able to tell. So this is where the heart is, and this is where the thing is.
So that one, when when you go through an anatomy like lesson, you have like a unit or a specific time where you need to go through anatomy classes, anatomy and physiology. There you're trained about like how organs appear like, and you know, there's a lot of difference between the theory side and the practical side. Now when you become more hands-on and when you see these things more, they appear more easy and you're able to find them. And then in situations where maybe people have different diseases, you find these organs change in morphology and appearance. So through that also you get to learn when something happens, this is how it changes and becomes. So you'll have a rough idea of how these things look like. So it's easy. The more you see it, the more it sticks.
Because every time I take someone for an ultrasound as well, they're checking for pregnancy, and you can clearly tell this professional just saying,
there's the fever, there's the
head. I'm like,
you're seeing white dots.
I'm just seeing things. No, forget white dots. I'm just seeing. Then kidogo, ati huyu sasa ni mkubwa. This is 8 weeks. Like, how are you even able to tell the weeks? You know, and they check. They tell you, it's a girl, and I'm like, okay, now you've lost me. You minimaliza.
This is the beauty of respecting the diversity of professions that we have. If I studied what you studied, I would have your knowledge, but I didn't. So there are things you know simply because there are things you've studied, and by studying you've experienced it. So when you talk about something like radiology, before the advent of this proliferation of cancer that we keep hearing of, we knew radiology existed and radiology is, but the importance that is now attached to that particular discipline is very, very different from what it was 10, 20 years ago. And the reason is because cancer is now something that we deal with on a daily basis. It was rare once upon a time. So you even made you wonder why people bother studying it. Now it makes a heck of a lot of sense for someone to study it. But let me ask the question. Where you work, do you see an increasing influx of patients who need your services?
Cancer is I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's the lifestyle we've changed into or the kind of exposure we are getting, but it's a lot. It's increased a lot. And previously you'd expect like a certain age group of people to have this cancer, but nowadays you'd have even like young kids, 7-year-olds, 6-year-olds, they are diagnosed with lymphomas, and you're wondering so you're wondering what is happening. So there's a need for this thing to be out there, and especially in those like outskirts of Nairobi, those rural places where they don't know like such things exist in Nairobi, or such tests exist here in Kenya, because not many people know PET scans are there. PET scan helps in staging cancer, diagnosing cancer, and even assessing how treatment is responding. But when you find people who have no exposure because the knowledge is not there, maybe they are seated there, they are waiting, and when the symptoms are extensive, that's when they are coming in. The situation is so bad. So to resuscitate this person is first of all expensive, because treatment, the higher the stage, the more the treatment, because it will have a lot of financial constraints. Again, to pick it in very early stages will help. So I feel like cancer has become more prominent, and more people don't have like the exposure to know. We have the tools to diagnose and even manage it at very early stages.
Would you know how spread PET scans and CT scans, or the proliferation of it within the country?
These machines.
Would you know whether one can find it in literally every of the 47 counties?
No. Unfortunately, all the PET centers we have, they're all in Nairobi, and we have 8 of them now. So, and they're all in Nairobi.
You're saying so like 5 years ago there were only 2.
There are only 2.
Yeah.
Well, then I would have said times 2.
Yes. I remember when my mom was going for her scans, she had to wait for days. And the schedule, because she used to go to Aga Khan, and it would take a while. You know, would have to book, and you have to book through the ministry, and we'll talk about that. You have to go through the ministry because of some of the reagents she's talked about. They're controlled, even their substances and their amounts in the country because of the nuclear aspect of them. So zilikuwa kidogo sana. I'm shocked to know they're 8.
Yeah, they're 8.
Yes,
yeah.
But they're all in Nairobi.
They're all in Nairobi.
I know. So Kenyatta
Mombasa
University has
them.
one. Kenyatta University Hospital.
All these big cities we have don't have them.
None.
Wait, so you want to tell me that patients in Mombasa come to
They all
Nairobi?
flock in Nairobi, And even some from
No
Uganda,
way.
Tanzania, they are coming in Nairobi. Congo, we usually have a lot of patients from Congo because they are so
They
limited.
don't have.
Yeah.
In Congo, do they have?
No. In
Kabisa at
Africa,
all?
I think there's one in Egypt, South Africa, here,
Mm.
and a new one in Tanzania.
That's sad.
Yeah.
I hear that machine costs a fortune.
Yeah.
Yes, it saves lives.
Costs a fortune. How many times can one do a PET scan? And is there a limit as to how many scans you can do
No, that
in your
goes-
lifetime?
No. First things first, PET scan is not usually a screening method. This goes to patients who have like a history with cancer.
Okay.
If your doctor requests for a PET scan, now that's when we can do a PET scan because again, we are dealing with radiation. We can't just be injecting radiation to a person who doesn't need the radiation. We only need it to be justified. The amounts of time one can do a PET scan again depends on the patient because you can say there's a limited number. Here's a scenario where maybe a patient has been sent today to come in for staging. The oncologist wants to know what treatment to go ahead with. So you come do the PET scan today, the nuclear radiologist stages it, and then the patient goes up and starts the treatment. So when the patient starts the treatment, there's types of treatment. There are some who will start up with neoadjuvant treatment, which is treatment before the main treatment. So when they do that, they can be sent again for the PET scan to assess how did this treatment work? How do I need, what type of treatment should I go about now? So after that, you can again do a PET scan after the 3 months after the initial PET scan, go again for another treatment, and then after 6 months, you're sent in for another PET scan. So this depends on the patient and what they are looking for, what the oncologist is looking for.
Aya, swali lingine. In terms of why do we have to go through the Ministry of Health every time we need to have a patient go for a PET scan? Because there are some papers that have to be approved by the ministry.
Oh, that changed now. Yeah, I think that used to happen previously. In what I knew, I used
Yes.
to know then.
Yes.
They used to go through the ministry in case they wanted the SHA approvals because they wanted to know why are you doing this scan. You should have the relevant documents like the biopsies because again, when you're doing these PET scans, especially if you want it to be covered by SHA,
Yes.
you need to have biopsy reports to say you've been confirmed with malignancy. Again, if you've done like prior, because before you've gotten to a PET scan, maybe you've gone through CT scans or MRI, you need to have those papers attached. So they used to have that all hassle and tussle where you used to go to the ministry, give them those documents so they can approve for you to do the PET scan because it's radiation again we are dealing with.
Yeah, that process. I used to find it very tedious and very, very, very unnecessary. But now you've explained and I've understood. Okay, Aya. In terms of diagnosis, just what is the level of help we can get from CT? Because you said PET is not a diagnosis tool.
It is.
It is?
Yeah.
All right.
Not, I said screening, not a screening.
Oh,
tool.
not a screening, but a
screening is where I say maybe you felt, maybe you have, let me use maybe for a prostate patient, maybe they have problems in urination, pain in urination, and say, oh my God, can I go in for a PET scan to check if I have prostate cancer? Maybe what you'll do, you'll go have your PSAs checked.
Okay.
Not just go direct for a PET scan. Yeah, no, that's the difference between screening and that. When you'll be sent in a scenario where one would be sent in for a PET scan is where now you've gone for those PSA and then it has gone from the normal scope. It's not in the range maybe 0 to 4. It's maybe 1,000. Now that is worrying. Instead of maybe even going for a biopsy, the doctor will recommend to go direct for a PET scan because now that is something that is showing the PSA is already elevated. So there's a probability there's cancer there. Yeah. No, that is diagnostic. The other one was screening.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So ikifika wakati wa CT scan, what is the significance of a CT scan as far as cancer is concerned?
A CT scan shows how the organs appear like. It is just purely giving the anatomy. Like, a kidney should look like a bean. When you do this CT, it is showing the appearance is okay. Now, the difference here in PET, when you do the PET, is both the PET and the CT combined. Okay, it's looking like a shape, but is it functioning the way it's supposed to be functioning? Is it emptying the way it's supposed to be emptying? And now that's the beauty of the PET, because it will give you both the structural appearance of how it should be looking and how it's functioning. Is it doing the right thing that it's supposed to be doing? And if it's cancer there, again, the beauty of PET is you'd wonder how are we knowing there's cancer there? Because unlike you said, the way I explained for the CT, you have images appearing as gray, and maybe the contrast is put and they look like white. Now in PET, it lights up, like it looks like a fire. Where there's cancer,
I saw for my mom, they were red zones.
It looks hot. Like how a fire looks like. So now in a PET scan, that happens. How we know there's cancer is whenever accumulation happens, whatever you've injected, where the cancer cells are, it will be so hot. It will look like a fire, and the rest will be just black. So it's easy for the doctor to pinpoint, the cancer is just here. And if maybe it was in the breast and it is moved to the bone, that specific, maybe it's a lumber 3 or lumber 4, it's very hot as well. So when you're going in for treatment, you're focusing on that lumber 4 and the breast.
On the specific, so you won't have to disturb everywhere else.
Because it's hot.
Question. For people who have leukemia, which is cancer of the blood, right? How does that thing appear on a PET scan? First of all, does it appear on a PET scan, number one?
Yes, it does.
Because I would assume now the whole body is just on fire.
Again, it goes like on the tracer you're going, goes back to the tracer you're using. For that one, it would be best to use the FDG tracer. So that one, it will show you how the accumulation...
Please explain FDG.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
So we have tracers, These are the ones which are helping you see where the cancer is.
Yes.
The specific cancer with a specific tracer.
Yes.
We have at our facility, we are privileged to be having 4 tracers, which is a beauty because we have a variety of different cancers having the different tracers. We have the first one, which is FDG.
Tracers are specific to the type of cancer.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Tuendelee.
Aya, mpaka hapo tuko pamoja.
Kabisa.
So sawa. So the first tracer is called FDG, fluorodeoxyglucose. It goes where the glucose cancer cells love sugar. So the method it's accumulating through there, it's through following the sugar pattern. So inafuata pattern ya sukari.
So it follows the sugar.
Yeah.
Okay.
The body initially has glucose because you're using energy to function. You'll have that sugar on your own, which is normal sugar, like in the brain, in the heart. It's there already. How do I know? It's pathology and it's not physiologic.
What happens if I have too much sugar in my brain? Just asking.
No, that's where the other tracers come in.
Please continue.
We have a tracer called FAPI, like gallium-68 FAPI. It's fibroblast activation protein inhibitor. Cancer cells, they have something called CAFs, cancer-associated fibroblasts. These are they are like cells which form around the cancer cells. They rotate there. So what happens?
What do they do? Why do they rotate around the cells?
They are holding there because they want to mutate. They want to...
So they feed off this particular cell,
the normal cells.
And as they feed off it, it gives it the opportunity to
grow and metastasize,
and
spread.
Yes. And become resistant to all the things that you're trying
the immune
to.
System.
Please carry on. Yes.
So that happens. So when you give this gallium-68 FAPI, it goes through there. Now that does not concentrate on the glucose. So in areas like the brain, you're able to pick a lesion very easily because you're sure now that is the cancer. That is not like the normal pattern of the brain, because in such images, it won't be hot there. Only the cancer-associated fibroblast will be hot. Like that gallium will only pick there because the lesion is there. There's no glucose or anything. Then we have another one called the gallium-68 PSMA, the one I was explaining for the PSMA. It's only specific to the prostate. If the prostate cancerous hormones which have been spread to other places, it's only going there because it's specific to the prostate. Then we have another one called gallium-68 daughter. We can have cancer cells, but they are not from the normal systemic cells. They are from the neuroendocrine cells. So if you examine this patient with FDG or gallium FAPI, the scan will be normal. Everything will be looking okay. But once this tracer is specific to it because it's specific to the neuroendocrine tumor, it lights up. So it's very important to know what cancer you're doing and with what tracer, because if you do one wrong thing, you might have a negative scan, but there's pathology there. So specific tracers to specific cancers.
So you're telling us about this one for leukemia, FDG, right?
Yeah, FDG.
So how does FDG appear on a PET scan?
So FDG appears, that one is specific to glucose. So it will appear where there's pathology, it will light up. But now the downside is the brain will also light up. The heart will light up. The kidney, again, these radiotracers need to be excreted from the body. They excrete through the urinary system. So in most cases, in actually all the tracers, you'll find that the bladder is hot. When I say hot, I'm meaning that it's lighting up. So you'll find the bladder is hot. And the beauty of all these things, we have something called an SUV value, because you'd wonder, this patient has leukemia, how will you know if it has gone to the brain? And normally the brain is lighting up. So with this value, it's like a computed system thing where a doctor like measures and sees the brain has a specific SUV, say like 8 or 9. So if you measure and see it's higher than that, then that is pathology. You're able to guide because it's higher than the normal state. Yeah.
So again, because you said that, so this is specifically when we are testing for leukemia, or rather when we're diagnosing leukemia through the PET scan. Okay, so they will check with the brain.
They scan the entire body.
They scan the entire brain. Yes.
Yeah.
But now to be sure, because you say the bladder will light up. Did you say liver?
Yeah, partially.
Yeah.
And the heart.
The heart as well, and then the brain. So these are all organs that are telling you, okay, something is going on, but now you need to confirm. So now you confirm with the brain part. Where is the brain one?
You compare with everything. You need to assess all the organs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you see it's higher than normal, because there's already a normal, there's a constant.
There's a range.
Yeah. So when it is above, you unasema sasa hii
now
ni
this is the
leukemia.
problem. Yeah.
Wait. I'm telling you, it's a lot of work, eh?
Yeah.
But you know, given what appears to be a proliferation of this disease we refer to as cancer, and in its diversity, would you say that given what you do at the place you do it and other people who do what you do, that we're up to the challenge, that we are actually meeting the challenge that cancer has presented us with?
I think we are, but we are open to doing more, because there are a lot of patients, but we are doing what we can. Yeah.
Why I ask is this: treatment has to start with a diagnosis.
Yeah.
If we go to the areas, the rest of the country where we clearly do not have these treatment centers that are able to do this, do we at least have centers where you can determine whether somebody has cancer or not?
I think I would probably say that's why sometimes when you go to a place like when you said Congo, and your doctor suspects that you could be having cancer, I think they might send you to a neighboring country and tell you, unaenda pale Tanzania katibiwe, kaangaliwe, uangalie kama unaweza kuwa uko na ile cancer, saratani.
You see, there's something we how do we, in the simplest way possible, let's talk about cervical cancer, which is a fairly serious problem.
Yeah.
And we experience it here. There is a fairly simple process by which you can determine whether you are inclined towards having that form of cancer or not. That is precisely what I'm asking, that the simplest possible method of determining, or at least having indications and knowing that it is possible. Do you have any idea of how widespread this possibility is, or within the health facilities we have across the country, whether we are in a position to actually determine? Because I ask, if you detect the possibility of cancer in its early stages, the likelihood and the chances of this person making recovery of the spread being halted is high.
Yeah.
So it is with that in mind that I ask the question.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask it differently. How many people who have studied what you've studied do we produce in this country every year? Okay, how many people are in your class? Let's start there.
How many did you graduate with?
Around 60, so they are there.
Okay.
They are there.
60 are few. 60 are really few.
But that is just 1 year. Maybe the year before.
Believe me, they are few. It's like telling me that we produce more nurses than we do radiologists. Okay, we do not actually have enough. That is the truth. We may be exporting that labor, but if you look at the ratio that we have of, say, forget doctors, just nurses to the patients, the care that is required for a patient for it to be effective, there's a ratio that is required. We do not meet that threshold.
And again, I feel like most people are not exposed on this. They don't know how to check out cancer in the early stages. Most people ignore the screening tools. Most people, like, if you have the symptoms, you're like, no, it can't be cancer. Let me sit down with it. And when it's extensive, that's when they're now exposed. And again, I don't feel like most doctors as well know the purpose of these scans or how they come in handy and how they are helping. So I feel it's a bit of it's a big gap, especially on the exposure part. Yeah.
There's a time we were talking here with Dr. Olweni. He's also an oncologist. And one of the things that I asked him was, imagine if all the East African countries, hii jumuiya yetu ya Afrika Mashariki, if we were to consolidate our efforts, so that means money, manpower, whatever, and then we try and see if we can set up cancer centers, like serious cancer centers, like, and he called them, I think he called them wellness centers, or centers of excellence, actually, where we can have patients go. Because now when you said there are countries such as DRC that might not be having this cancer centers where there's a PET scan and so on and so forth, I sympathize with that situation, because I cannot my mom today is a survivor because she got the best care.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine what other people in other countries are going through, especially if they do not have the PET scan or the CT scan and radiologists such as yourself. That's a problem. Do you think in your profession, if you can think about it, do you see us getting to a point whereby we should actually put this into consideration so we can have at least even one center close to the people of DRC, Congo, whatever?
Yeah, that should be considered, and it should. I think people are working on that, because the rate of like he said, the ratio of the people giving the service and the patients, it's totally off.
Yeah.
So having like these things happening, it can be very helpful. Yes.
At HCG in Nairobi, right?
Yeah.
How many patients roughly do you think you handle at the center currently?
Currently at the PET department, around 20 to 30. Yes.
But at the whole cancer center,
the whole cancer center, we can see the treatment side, they see not less than 100. So I think 150 in a day.
What?
In a day.
In a day?
Yes.
Do you have those who are admitted there?
No.
So the center is just a walk-in?
Yeah, a walk-in for treatment and for scans. Yeah. Yes. So
150 on a daily?
Yes. Treatment and the PET side.
How many scans do you do personally in a day?
Personally, I can do up to 25.
Where?
Yes. Because a PET scan takes around 18 to 20 minutes. Yeah.
So roughly 25 heartbreaks on a daily.
Yeah. It's sad.
Yeah, it is. It is, because you do this, you diagnose this patient, you can't even tell them what exactly you've seen, but you can see it because you have seen it. Then you have to send them to a doctor, and then another one comes in, another one comes. Hey, it's a lot. Personally, I don't think I can be in that profession.
There's the screening aspect of it. Is it readily available in the hospitals that we have across our counties?
Yes, screening is there, because for the most common cancers right now in Kenya, we have breast, we have cervix, we have colorectal and esophagus. So for like the breast, we have mammograms and ultrasounds, where if you go in for an ultrasound, they can easily like pick whatever is going on there. For prostate, they can go for PSA in a lab. You go check your PSA. The screening tools are there. Now the problem is in the diagnosing side. Yeah. But screening is there.
When you're trained in this discipline that you work in, are you trained to talk about ways in which you can avoid the preventative aspects? Are you trained so that when you have patients, because patients are brought with people, do you have that opportunity to talk to people and say, this sort of cancer, there are things that one can do to ensure that you, for instance, don't have it?
Yeah, what I've seen we are doing, especially at our hospital, we have like CMEs where we go tell people what they should do, what they should not do, the risk factors that you should check out for, and if how to be safe.
Okay, what are these risk factors? Let's start with cervical cancer, for instance.
Cervical cancer, one is genetics. If you're from a family history with cervix cancer, there's a likelihood of you getting the cancer. So what you do in such a situation, especially for like young girls, go for screening. Screening is the tool. At least once in a year, it will help you like check out and be sure you're still okay. And if something pops, you'll be able to pick it at an early stage. There are some vaccines, the HPV, you go again for pap smear, check, and you'll be okay. If something comes up, you'll be able to pick it. Another factor, a risk factor, is age. The more you're getting old, the more you should normalize going for screening, because some things are induced by the age of a person. Another thing is what the kind of things people are exposed to. So exposure, environment, radiation as well. There are some of the risk factors that one should be worried about or should look out for. Yes.
In terms of if we look at the level of infections, not infections really, but I'm trying to figure out a way to put
Talk
this.
about the number of cases that one hears of.
You said at the beginning of this show that cases of cancer, zimeanza kuongezeka, and perhaps it's because of our lifestyle, perhaps the foods that we eat, the alcohol we are taking, and so on and so forth. Have you seen a connection between some of the illegal substances that are being brought into the country? For example, yesterday, we were just talking about pesticides and herbicides that have been banned in the European Union, but in Africa, ziko nyingi sana. Do you, because you're in this oncology department, can you actually connect that?
Yeah. Those actually, the exposure, and even there's a time where these fertilizers which were coming up, and you'd find like in a specific region, people develop like esophageal cancers because of the inhaling and whatever they are taking in. Also, there were cases of gastric cancers. So again, whatever we are consuming or the things we are being exposed to, again, they are like very major things that are affecting most of especially the young people who are coming up. So again, also in things like smoking, you'll find a lot of lung cancer patients, they have a very long history with smoking. So all these things we are consuming, they are in one way or another bringing up this cancer.
Because there are some people who are hell-bent on saying that there's probably no connection, because
there is.
They have done their own separate research, and they're saying whatever is being said by the white people is neither here nor there.
No, there's a very huge connection. In every cancer has a specific pattern. As much as you'll have all those genetics and exposure, still the things, the lifestyle, whatever you're eating, however you're getting exposed to some certain things, it will one way or another get an induction with this cancer.
Can PET scan be used to diagnose anything else other than cancer? Am I specifically near cancer because of the nature of?
It's purely for the cancer. Because it's easily. It can easily specialize and be precise to the specific type of cancers. Yes.
All right. So let me read a few comments here. We have Lucy Wangeshi anasema Godian doing us very proud. Then there's Mamzi J anasema lovely guest, so knowledgeable, learning a lot. This hospital HCG Cancer Center is doing a good job on awareness. All right. Josephat Mena anasema amazing Dr. Dian, we are proud of you, a very educating topic. And then there's DK, sijui kama ni DK kwenye beat, but anasema RG Radio Bravo, the most intellectual conversation house in Africa, keep it up. Then kuna jamaa anasema anakula na mosquitoes hapa hivi. That one is not germane to this conversation that we're having.
Is he suggesting that mosquitoes have something to do with cancer?
No, he's actually asking, mosquitoes are eating me. Are they there in the studio? Uni Emmanuel Temple, ule best yako kutoka the previous hour. But he goes on to say, I am old and have all kinds of I am old and have all kinds of ailments. I lost count. Most obvious, engine has knocked. I think Emmanuel is taking camel milk wherever he is. Could be having camel milk.
Kuna dalili eh?
Kuna dalili huyu jamaa anakunya camel milk mali yuko. And then we have Odalo Tony anasema kudo to Diane, the nuclear technologist. All right. So in terms of government policy, I don't know if you've had time to look at it. Do you think the current laws that we have and the policies coming from leadership have actually helped stop the spread of cancer, or at the very least help with solving the cancer problem that we have in the country?
I think they have helped a bit because especially having these services available and allowing for such things to be happening, because in different regions you'd be told these things are dangerous because they are nuclear related. But I feel again they should do more and enable like more centers, especially in the not having all the centers in the city where not most people can get the service. So if they can spread them out outside, it can be easy like to sort out the different cases, because not all the patients come from the region within.
A lot of people go to India because for some, I've never been to India, but I know of even relatives who've gone to India.
Oh,
for
you haven't been to India?
No, I've not been to India, but I've been to Parklands though. The reason why people go to India, they say it's cheaper. I don't know, and I'm asking this because again, they say that perhaps even the best doctors, best radiologists and technologists as far as that profession is concerned are there. Do you believe that is so?
No, I believe we are here, just that again the exposure is not there, because whatever they are going, because even in the finances we have like at our facility we have like programs where insurance like covers for these things, and we have SHA also covering a part of these things. So for a PET scan you'd find people would travel back then to go to India for these PET scans, and then they'll come back here, bring the results, they start treatment. You can do it here, avoid the cost of maybe the fly, the hotels and the stay there, because you'll just come in here and you'll have maybe your SHA and insurance cover for that, which is way easier and has been made cheaper than.
Tell us about SHA and how much of the percentage that SHA would pay, or how it is that SHA would cater for the treatment of cancer at HCG.
Alright, so what happens at our facility with these PET scans, we have SHA it covers like a certain amount, which is the bigger amount, it's covered, and then a patient does a top up of a certain amount. And then when you have a PET scan, SHA allows for a coverage of once in a year. From when you subscribed for your SHA, you can have a PET scan once, which will be covered by the SHA. Now for the
until
rest
the
of
next cycle when I renew,
you can have it again and SHA will cover. In a situation where you've completed your SHA, you've done your one PET scan in a year, we are taking also insurances where these insurances cover mostly the whole amount.
Okay. Have you been answered?
I have, but it's just it was a two-pronged question. I asked the first one. What HCG does is what you call a groundbreaking. We talk of medical or health tourism. It is strange that Kenyans leave Kenya to go to either South Africa or go to India or some other places, and yet from these same countries people actually leave there to come to Kenya
to come here
to actually get treatment. So it's an interesting thing that we look at. But if you talk about East and Central Africa, this is the medical hub. Kenya, Nairobi, medical hub for that region. We've had leaders of country being brought here to receive treatment. If you look at some of the people who probably travel, some of them get treated in Kenya, and there's probably some subspecialty that we may not particularly have, or if we have, the people who have more experience, the recommendation that you go there will be for that. But it isn't as though some of these things cannot actually be managed or handled here. I'm saying this because I have a former classmate, who is two former, who are orthopedic surgeons. And it is from them that I understood what I'm saying. Because they would tell me about the patients they have from all over the region. You see, for me it was first a shock. I said, you have what? I said, yes, we do. And they explained how it is that it comes about. Now to my question. You know, this preventative aspect, curative and preventative, promotive aspect is something that I'm concerned about. And why I'm concerned, you said you have a continuous medical education about it, yes. But continuous medical education works well if you're talking about a level 2 or 3 hospital, where people go for one thing or the other, but not necessarily cancer, and probably where you can actually get the screening. This probably I shouldn't ask, because what the center you work in specializes in cancer. But is it possible, or do you have any way in which people, because who have these facilities, whether it is the Aga Khan, whether it's Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, where the place that the medical facilities that are most visited by the citizenry get to have these CMEs, is it possible for organizations like yours to contribute to this? Because at that level, when somebody comes for whatever treatment, they are a captive audience. They're going to wait there.
Yeah.
And that's when the SMEs, the CMEs rather, CMEs take place. Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible, and it's happening, because you find like a facility, it organizes like CMEs. We'll have some which we do them in the hospital, others we sponsor and take them to other hospitals. We give trainings, like I've done trainings in Kenya KNH, where like when they are having, because every month there's a cancer which is like being created awareness on, so you'll have these trainings which are being like sponsored by the hospitals. You'll interact and get to go educate these people on different things that are happening, and the new things that are in the cancer centers. Yeah, so we get this happening a lot. We'll get the trainings done, we go to other facilities come to our place, and through that there's the learning. Even some are done virtually, and there's the exchange of the information. Yeah.
You know, I was just Googling as you guys were talking. I was Googling the price of a PET scan machine. And according to Google, of course, this is not necessarily the final figure, but according to Google, they're saying that it would cost anywhere between $1.5 million to $3 million. Yeah, so that's roughly anything from 200 million Kenya shillings to even half a billion Kenya shillings.
Yeah.
So every time I hear of money having been lost in our gava, whether it's someone who has stolen it at the...
Paul, why don't we just take that 2 billion figure that we were told that we lose every year,
every day?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes.
And then let's just say this money that we steal for a week.
Yeah, we just say let's not steal for a week.
For just 1 week. Okay, guys, let's give it a break. Something we need to buy. How many of these machines would we be able to buy?
In a week, that's 14 billion. Do you know would have enough of these machines perhaps in every county?
Yeah.
And if we do not steal for a month, would have them at every constituency.
Yeah.
Yes. And just a month.
Yeah.
So if we say, guys, can we give it a quarter? Let's say just 3 months. Let's not steal.
Yes.
Okay.
Would have enough of these scans. Would have enough doctors manning them. Enough oncologists. Enough technologists like herself. If we just say, can we just, and then we continue stealing after that.
No, after the 3 months, by all means, please. But the only provision is don't try and make up for what you didn't steal. Just continue with the 2 billion.
Umia tu miezi tatu.
Yes. And then after that, lakini ni 2 billion tumekuwa.
Nasa tunaumia because bado unapata mshahara.
Yes.
Mshahara yako.
Because mshahara unapata.
Na umekuwa ukiiba inu hizi siku zingine.
Yes.
So you should have something to push you for 3 months.
So please, don't make up for the 3 months. Wacha tu iende.
My friend, 1.5 million surely. Tunaweza shinda ku afford 1.5 million USD.
No.
Considering what we have stolen so far.
Yes, we can actually. That's really the whole point. And if you say, look, this is what you call Kenyans being philanthropic quarter. So you say this year. Next year we look for something else that requires our attention. And again we say, guys, let's not steal for this quarter, shall we? Okay, then we see. In 5 years you'd be amazed how we change the country. But see, we're making it free and fair for everybody. Look, it's just 3 months. The other 9 months,
still.
Please continue stealing.
Diane, thank you so much for coming through. Where are you located? Where is HCG?
HCG is in Parklands, Shivachi Road, next to Impeached Hospital. Yeah, you can come find us there. We are open Monday to Saturday. Yeah, and for the treatment side, they are open even on Sundays. So we are there every day, 8 to 5. And for the treatment side, they're operational the entire day and night.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much. This is where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. I hope we have done it. Is there something I've forgotten? We've done it justice. Usitoke hapo useme lakini asi hawakuniuliza juu ya nini. Tumecover kila kitu.
Yeah, and they should know PET scan is super essential for cancer patients, for diagnosing, for staging, for treatment assessment, for evaluation, and even for surveillance. So if you're an oncologist, have your patient have a PET scan, and it will be easy guided and therapy for them and treatment management. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, folks. It's Wednesday. See you tomorrow very bright and early on Thursday at exactly 6 in the a.m. Don't forget Somali Festival happening from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.